Good evening all, and welcome. Tonight we have close to 5 hours of creepypastas written by some very talented individuals. They are stories which I've previously done in the past, but the channel is going through something of a renaissance to a certain degree. So I thought, how about we say hello to the future by saying goodbye to the past? If you like the video, don't forget to like, comment and subscribe. But with that, I will leave you with Creepypasta, Compilation Vol.1. Enjoy. A swan song, an ode to a life already lived. A final pulse, a tick of finality. An ember slowly dying within the flames of forever. It is the noise of a passing moment. It is the sound of a fleeting goodbye. And it is the last sound that many of them will hear. For them it is fleeting. For them it is a drip within a puddle. A mere second that precedes the eternal silence. But for me, there is no release from its unyielding pierce, and for me, it can never be unheard. It echoes, it pulses, it repeats, and it burns, and it follows me into my sleep every single night.
We are powerless to the sounds of time.
Some nights, when I am there, I begin to wonder, why even bother? Every action is meaningless, every fight ends in failure, and ultimately, despite our protests, despite all of the energy that we could possibly muster, despite our pleas, despite our bargaining, despite our denial, the turn at the end of our road is always the same, and it is this fault which lingers during the early hours of the morning. A beautiful picture, a cleverly woven plot, a sweet song, a kiss from our lover, or a hug from our partner, the beauty within a night sky, or the indescribable smell of freshly fallen rain in the morning, the little moments within our life, those perfect little moments. Eventually, those special memories, those instances of beauty, they all decay into ash, and eventually, only the sweet kiss of darkness remains. And as I gaze out upon the old, as I gaze out upon the decrepit, out into a sea of death, into a never-ending black and deep ocean of frailty, I question the motivations of my actions. Thankfully, the fault rarely ever lasts. They had been dying. So far, nobody could work out why. At first, it was just the one, and who would question just the one death? They were old, they were in a hospital, they were at their end. Somebody in such a situation is invisible. Nobody wants to look too hard into the faceless face of our own mortality. So, they naturally done what people naturally do. They looked away. Anywhere else, anywhere but there. It was ironic, really, for a group of professionals who must confront the fragile nature of our existence on a daily basis. They all seemed so squeamish to actually turn their heads. It was easier to call time. It was easier to just continue. The second, however, was not so easy to ignore. And then the third, and then the fourth. And by the fifth, the problem was not one that could easily be explained. Each had suddenly died, and each were in what could be considered stable conditions. An autopsy would later rule death by asphyxiation, but each had been receiving oxygen at the time of their death, which inevitably raised the question, how could one suffocate when supplied with oxygen? They all questioned, they all pondered, and they all done what logical people do. They thought. They thought of the reason, they thought of the cause, and they thought of what could be done. They thought, and they thought, and then they thought some more. But me, however, I simply continued. Thinking was a game for another. I was a creature of action, and action was what I intended as I stood drinking my coffee, preparing for another night on the wards.
Action is all that matters.
It was my first night in this hospital. I'd spent a few days across town a week or so prior, right up until I was brought to this location. They were short-staffed, they were overworked, they needed assistance. The place was essentially running with a skeleton crew, so it was clear that my expertise were required. Setting my coffee down, I exhaled heavily at the thought of yet another long night.
At least I'm making a difference.
I did not have time to linger on my thoughts as another doctor entered the break room and took a seat across from me. First night tonight, I take it? He smiled, pulling his chair into the table as he sat. You just have that look on your face. Smiling, I took a last look down at my empty cup and then across at the young man in front of me. He looked to be in his 20s, probably just out of medical school. I had come to recognise the type. They all seemed so fresh. Their eyes were always so wide, uncracked and unstrained from the years of turmoil. Their cheeks, they were always so pure, never tightened apart from an odd smile. Hell, they still actually had the luxury of smiling at this point. They were untainted, they were pristine, they were pure, they were clean. They had yet to see the breath escape another, the oddly unforgettable experience of watching the life drain perfectly from a human being. They still had hope, and they still thought that they could prevent the unpreventable. His cheeks tightened into another welcoming smile as he waited for me to respond.
It always feels like the first.
He chuckled slightly at my response. Yeah, well, yeah, I guess that is one thing that school never really prepares you for, right? The debilitating exhaustion. I mean, I thought preclinical really took it out of you, you know? Little did I know that I would be existing on coffee once school was over. If they had told me that at the start, if they had told me just how dead I would feel, then maybe, just maybe, I may have questioned whether the debt was really worth it. I again glanced down at my empty cup. But still, he continued, we are all here for the same reason, right? To do some good? I laughed slightly at his comment.
Yes, we are.
He smiled again and nodded slightly. So, if you don't mind me asking, what do you make of all of this?
Do not let him see how much this gets to you. Of what?
Of these deaths, or more precisely, the situation surrounding them. I mean, I haven't heard of anything like this before. What do you make of all of this? A virus? Some kind of parasite? I spent some time thinking about it, and I really could not put my finger on it. Time slowed as my brain searched for an answer. It's funny, really. All the books that they have us read, all of the lessons, all of the information, the knowledge, the tutoring, none of it really matters when you're out here, out in the real world, out here faced with a real problem. So, what do you make of it? You seem like you've seen it all at this point. Again, I smiled a cracked smile, my cheeks straining under the weight of the years as his words sank in.
Keep it short and keep it sweet. Honestly,
I began, preparing to stand.
I try and not think about it. These people out there, these people in our care, they need action. The one thing they do not need from us is thought. So, I try to forget the process entirely. Thinking does not get the job done.
Within my pocket, my phone vibrated.
Thinking does not save lives.
Carefully, I reached into my pocket and retrieved the handset, the screen displaying an unread message from my mother. I took a second and then carefully slid the phone back into my pocket.
These people need action.
He thought for a second before answering. Yes, quite right. I get what you were saying. More action. I watched on as he mentally took a note of my words.
Action.
With the parting word lingering in the air, I made my way from the room and I began my rounds. As the time passed by and the hour moved into the early morning, I began to wonder to myself as to where exactly the line blurred between patient and doctor. I already knew that they were invisible, but I could not shake the feeling that we were too, as if by proximity, as if just by being close to them that somehow we could become nameless against the unstoppable flow of passing life. The unyielding waves against the shore of our line were powerful, and as silence fell across the hospital, I could not escape the feeling that just by being close to the infirm, just by sharing in the waters of their lingering life, that somehow we were slowly losing ours, that we were slowly becoming nameless, just like them. Nobody in this building really knew who I was, what my life was like, what problems I had to deal with. I could walk among them a stranger, and not even one of them would ever stop to actually look at me. Maybe, after all of these years, their eye was simply too well trained to see the broken reality laid bare before them. In the end, it did not actually matter. All that mattered was the night, and by the end of it, what good I could accomplish for these people and their families. At about 3 a.m, my phone buzzed again.
You already know who it is.
Even still, I found my hand reaching into my pockets regardless. Again, my phone displayed another unread message from my mother.
More words left unspoken.
Without another thought, I pushed the phone back into my pocket and moved into my next room. A familiar sound welcomed me as I stepped into the cool, darkened room. Across from me, the window was slightly open. A gentle night breeze wafted pleasantly in through the gap between the glass and the frame. To my right, the television glowed slightly as it quietly continued to display the channel it had been left on. To my left, she slept peacefully as the machine next to her continued to sound that repetitive, ear-piercing sound. Slowly and carefully, I approached her bed and retrieved her charts as her tired and worn chest continued to gently rise. The words on the paper were predictable, but at the same time, they were refreshing. She was 84, she was at the end of her life, and She was suffering from massive organ failure. The chart indicated that she had no next of kin, and judging by her age, if she had a husband prior, he had clearly already taken the next step on the inevitable path. She was completely alone, but looking upon her as the moonlight moved tightly through the crack in the window, illuminating her tired skin within the darkness, she was serene. She looked at peace. She was strong, she was calm, and she definitely was not a burden. There was no family to mourn her, no husband or children who would be upset by her gentle decline. There were no links left to be broken by her passing, and for that, she was a picture of perfection. I smiled slightly as I dedicated the picture to memory.
You are perfect.
And with a smile, I set the chart back in place and quietly left the room. Again, I moved through the hallways as the thoughts filled me. There had to be a reason behind these deaths. There had to be a purpose. 5 people were just faded from this world. 5 souls had been separated from their form, and 5 families had their lives changed forever. There had to be a meaning to all of this. There just had to be. I knew that I could do good within these walls, and I just knew that with enough time I could continue with my mission to ensure that no family had to suffer just as I had once done. It was at this moment, as the time almost settled upon 4, that, on cue, my phone once again vibrated within my pocket. Annoyed, I reached in, and again, the phone displayed another unread message from my mother.
Enough is enough.
Almost shaking, my hand began to dial, and before I knew it, the phone was to my ear.
Mother.
I began, fighting to contain my anger.
You know not to bother me. You know that I am here trying to make a difference. I do not care what has happened between us. I know you never really agreed with my path, but it's because of you that I'm here. I'm trying to do good. I'm trying to help people. I can change lives here, and I can spare others the suffering which haunted us for so long. People are dying here, Mother, and you, especially you, know that means something. So please just let me work. I can make a difference. I can.
Silence. I huffed slightly at the familiar sound.
You are always so good at finding the right thing not to say.
My hand shook as I sighed at the lack of her response.
One day, you will see that what I do matters.
And with a move of my arm, the problem of my mother disappeared into a welcoming silence. She always had a way of getting under the skin. She never approved of my path in life. Never. She was always so judgmental, always so knowing. She was a proud woman, a woman that knew her own mind, and through the years she had never been shy to let me know when she disagreed with me, even if that meant never saying a word. She was good like that. She could tell you just how much of a failure you were without ever uttering a single sentence. Annoyed, I placed the phone back into my pocket and allowed myself a second to regain my composure. After a few moments, my attention turned to my watch.
It's almost 4:30.
I knew that eventually the morning staff would be clocking in, and soon my night would be over. With only 2 more visits left to make on my rounds, I knew that the time had come to finish my job for the night. The next visit was a gentleman in his 70s, again, no next of kin. He was completely and utterly untangled from the web of the world around of him. He also did not have long left, so I whispered a silent comfort and left his room undisturbed. I always found it best that way. In those moments, these people do not need any distraction from the journey in front of them, especially not from me. They had lived their lives, they were proud, they were strong, and they were ready. All their commitments had been settled, and not a single ounce of pain would be left for those around of them. In those last perfect moments, they were heroes. As what little time that remained of my rounds almost came to an end, I inched into the final room and breathed in the environment. It was completely still, except from the shattering sound that announced the continued life echoing from the bed in front of me. I briefly studied the machine as the tight, sticky darkness of the room fell perfectly around of me. Vitals were fine, oxygen, heartbeats, all normal. Carefully, I moved towards the end of the bed and retrieved the chart. A 72-year-old male, inoperable cancer, terminal. His next of kin was littered with an itinerary of names, ranging from what I guessed to be his children, right through to his poor, suffering wife. I quietly placed the chart back and moved slowly towards the head of his bed.
It's time to make a difference.
I took a moment to gaze upon him as his chest continued to rise, aided by the mask on his face. It was there. It had always been there. From deep within me, the recollection pushed nicely in, encasing my mind in its horrible but meaningful grip. He may have had a different face. He may have had a different life. He may have loved and lost differently within his years, but in that moment, as the machine continued to beep beside me, in that moment, he was most definitely my mother. His eyes barely moved as I gently pulled the pillow from beneath his head and carefully removed the oxygen mask from his lips.
I know what you would leave behind if it wasn't for me. Here it comes.
In a flash, I brought the pillow down across his features and held firm as his arms limply attempted a protest. He floundered slightly, almost knocking a tray beside him, but I held firm as images of my mother filled my mind. As the life left his body and the perfect moment bled into focus, another image moved into my mind. It was the image of the last day, the day that I had chosen to free myself from the shackles that she had insisted upon me. Six years. It had been 6 long years, and still she refused to let go. But that was her. She had always been too proud, even within the face of death. 6 years ago, she had been given a year to live, and here she was, 6 years later, still existing, still encumbering, and still dragging, pulling me down into the depths of which were hers to linger within alone. She was still here, still pulling, still taking.
Jean!
She croaked, calling for my attention from the room upstairs.
Jean, I need you! She needs me.
She will always need me, and that will never change. She should have been gone 6 years ago, but she persisted. Her presence had become an anchor around my life, and she would always make her cancer my own. Reluctantly, I rose to my feet and made my way up the stairs. As I entered her room, the familiar sound played upon my ears.
Jean!
She continued, weakly as I came into the room.
Pain is killing me. Turn me over.
I sighed slightly and moved towards her, placing my arms around her body as I prepared to roll her over on the mattress.
Jean, not so rough. Can you not do anything right? Can you not see I'm dying here? How can you treat your own mother like that?
She continued to talk. She continued to berate. She continued to suck what little remained of my life from my very soul. But I could not hear her. I could not, after all, as I rolled her with an absence across the mattress. The sight of the pillow beneath her was just too loud to ignore. It was there, and it had always been there. The answer. It was all too simple, and in that moment, I cursed myself for not thinking of it years earlier. I mean, if I had, then all of these years, these 6 long years, could have been avoided. It was all too clear, and it was all too much to ignore. It was my way out. It was what I had to do, and it was my purpose.
You have always been a disappointment to me, Jean. Even in my death, you can't do anything right.
She continued to speak, completely unaware of just how wrong she was. The pillow was so soft in my hand, and it was exactly what my life had been missing. The smile did not leave my lips as it moved, and with a move of my arm, the problem of my mother disappeared into welcoming silence.
Release.
In that moment, I heard the silence. I heard the peace. I heard the possibility. And I heard the sound of that life which I had reclaimed. I heard the pleasant sound of happiness, of laughter, of joy, and of pleasure. I heard my future, what I could be, what I could achieve, and what I could do to help other people. I heard the gratitude, and I heard the purpose ringing throughout my ears as my arms shook at the continued pressure that I had been applying below me. That is what I heard, but in those last moments, she heard differently. A swan song, an ode to a life already lived, a final pulse, a tick of finality, an ember slowly dying within the flames of forever. It was the noise of a passing moment, the sound of a final goodbye, and it was the last sound that she would ever hear. For her, it was fleeting. For her, it was a drip within a puddle, a mere second that precedes the endless silence. But for me, it was everything. Chucky studied her reflection in the truck stop mirror. Her tired-eyed, harlequin face looked back at her through the spiderweb of cracks. She was almost unrecognisable, with her strawberry hair bleached platinum blonde, and her eyelids buried in thick layers of sparkling teal. Confronted by this ghoulish doppelganger, Chucky finally broke. Her body shuddered as sobs erupted from her trembling chest. She gripped the dirty porcelain sink to balance herself as her heart bled. A knock came at the bathroom door.
Hey, Dollface, you okay? Come in.
Chucky called back quickly. She was terrified that Loretta would hear her lamentations and guess the source of her grief. Loretta had taken Chucky in as a protege, and Chucky could not stand the idea that Loretta would see her as too emotionally weak to deserve her tutelage. She looked herself over in the greasy reflective glass and sighed. When Chucky had gone to pick up Loretta at her apartment, she had spent a good 45 minutes getting Chucky's war paint just right. All of Loretta's hard work had been ruined in mere seconds, with Chucky's cheeks now smeared by gullies of running mascara and displaced glitter. But this also revealed what lay beneath the paint job: a mousy ex-housewife who could not make rent. No mask could ever change a punching bag into a boxing glove. Chucky balanced her purse on the rim of the cracked sink and took out some wet wipes and her makeup kit. Squinting into the mirror's cracked surface, she dabbed away the mess and reapplied a fresh coat. Of course, it would not be anywhere near as good as what Loretta had done, but she needed to get her rear back in gear. She still had 2 weeks before eviction. That was 2 more chances to make bank. Feeling sorry for herself was not an option. Loretta was waiting for her outside, leaning up against the wall by the glowing jukebox. She had her arms crossed over her chest and was giving the diner a challenging look. Chucky envied Loretta, a sultry brunette who always seemed to know what she was doing, no matter the circumstances. Loretta was the survivor that Chucky wished she could be, and always looked the Johns in the eye in a way Chucky could never manage. Even her leather boots and miniskirt looked as natural on her as a second skin.
Dry night,
Loretta said with a sigh. That was the understatement of the year. The truck stop had been dead as a bone all evening. This grease pit was normally packed with truckers and midnight cowboys eating burgers and all-day breakfasts. There was no other outpost along this stretch of highway for miles, and this dump was the only vestige of civilization until the burbs of Charlotte. That made this place a hotspot for trade, sometimes. Tonight, the fluorescence overhead revealed rows of empty booths and an unattended pinball machine. There were only 2 customers, a pair of middle-aged truckers sitting in a booth by the window eating sandwiches and watching the ball game on the TV in the corner. Loretta turned to Chucky and studied her face.
wanna grab some fresh air?
Chucky nodded. She was feeling claustrophobic, surrounded by dirty chrome and plastic. As Loretta led her out, Chucky was more than aware of the pair of eyes that followed her. She knew she was no beauty, with her freckles and beaver teeth having kiboshed any chances of being on model or marrying rich long ago. But a good pair of hips always drew attention in a dive like this. Those two craggy faces peered at her from the corner of her eye. She could feel the skin on her back crawl with the probing of hungry stares.
Here I am, boys.
She thought.
The American Dream Girl. $50 for a ride. Giddy up, cowboy.
They stepped outside, taking in the warm air of a summer night. Chucky's nostrils drank up the smell of gasoline and exhaust, two scents that always brought her back to earth. The truck stop bar faced a row of diesel gas pumps, beyond which was a concrete lot where the truckers could park their rigs. The pumps were empty, and there were only 2 trucks in the lot. Both were well within view of the stop security cameras, meaning the 2 girls did not dare service them. The only other vehicle was Chucky's rust bucket Camry, looking minuscule next to the 2 giants a few feet away. It was almost 3 in the morning, and the empty asphalt stretched out like a grey desert where Chucky's last hope had come to wither and die. As they walked out, Loretta held the door open for Chucky and gave her a sad smile. The neon light from the diner shaded her face with a penumbra of crimson.
Sorry I made you hang around for nothing. I should have known it was going up bust at 12 when this place was dead. It's alright,
Chucky said with a smile. She was rooting around inside her purse for cigarettes, trying not to look Loretta in the eye. The evening had started going downhill the moment Chucky tried squeezing into her street clothes. She had been stretching her American hot pants over her flabby bahunkus and accidentally ripped a gash clean up the seat. They were her favourite pair of hip huggers, but she had been forced to settle for her less flashy tiger-striped leggings instead. Loretta had tried to make up for it by doing her war paint, but even that had been ruined. Loretta gently reached out and pushed Chucky's shoulders back to look her full in the face. Chucky felt her cheeks blush, knowing that even in the dim light, Loretta could see the streaks in her makeup. Loretta was good at reading people and knew how to spot a lie from a million miles away.
It's gonna be okay,
Loretta said.
Things will pick up soon.
Chucky had to fight back tears. She had promised herself again and again that she was never going to cry in front of Loretta again. A promise she had broken over and over. She had been crying when she first met Loretta, crouched in the stall of a bar bathroom. That had been right after the divorce, when her brain was a maelstrom of fear, hatred, and grief. Loretta had handed her a roll of toilet paper under the stall to cry into, brought her drinks, and quickly cemented her position as the only person Chucky could trust. Chucky's father was thankfully dead, no loss there, and stepmummy had not spoken to her in years. Loretta was the only person keeping her sane now, serving as a firm voice and a shoulder to cry on as her life slowly disintegrated. Loretta reached down into her boot and pulled out a pack of heavies. She held it out to Chucky with a smile.
Listen, if things get bad, you can always move in with me and Donnie. What do you think?
Chucky just stared at Loretta with her arms crossed.
I can't do that, Laurie. Hey, you got a rent, I got a kid. You could babysit Donnie when I'm out or something. We can work it out. We've been doing a good job of keeping each other's asses out of the fire so far, right?
Chucky sighed and took the cigarette.
Like lizards for life, huh?
Loretta smiled and tipped her a wink.
You're more of a salamander than a lizard, dollface.
Chucky frowned as she dug through her purse for a lighter.
What do you mean?
Loretta already had her Zippo at the ready. She held the flame out to Chucky, lighting up the tip of her cigarette.
You're a salamander, hun. A lizard is a land-bound and slithering thing for the whole of its life. But newts and salamanders are amphibious. Them critters are in and out of the water all the time, depending on what they've got to do to survive.
Chucky could only stare in awe at Loretta, whose intuition was once again spot on. Charlene Darrell was a humble hospital nutritionist and devout Catholic from Sunday morning to Friday evening. But when Saturday night reared its ugly head, she put on her wildest duds and dove into a slimy bog of stagnant filth for cash. In and out of water, that was the summary of Chucky Darrell. They both leaned against the wall by the drinks machine in front of the diner, smoking and chatting. Despite her desperate situation, Chucky found it refreshing to take a pause with Loretta and just shoot the breeze. Chucky's weekends were usually just as hectic as her week, and every Saturday night she and Loretta hustled pavement from 9 until dawn. There were 10 stops all around Charlotte that they visited on a weekly rotation. This kept them from becoming regulars, which would raise suspicion. They had so far been harassed by the cops only once, and Loretta had done enough talking to finagle their way out of it. Chucky knew they had only been lucky and was still waiting for the day their luck finally ran out. About 20 minutes passed before a pair of headlights finally turned off the highway and into the truck stop ramp. Loretta dropped her cigarette and ground it into the asphalt with the heel of her boot.
Looks like we've got a fresh one.
The newcomer was a bobtailed brown Mack rig with its twin chrome diesel pipes spewing. It passed by the row of pumps and made its way to the far end of the side lot. The driver handled it well, and the 6 wheels seemed to glide over asphalt. Chucky noticed that he had parked far away from the other trucks, in the distant corner of the lot. She knew the reason already. It was a blind spot for the security cameras mounted in the pump shelter roof. A shadow moved inside the carriage and a whistle came through the open window on the driver's side. Loretta grabbed Chucky by the arm.
Come on, let's see what he wants.
She and Loretta traipsed over, their hips swinging. They both already knew what the driver wanted, the same as what every man has always wanted. The only real question was, how much would he pay for it? At the truck, Loretta leaned on the door and spit the game. She was always the one who did the wheeling and dealing.
Howdy. You looking for something, sweetheart?
The driver poked his head out and smiled. Chucky tried sizing him up, her first course of action with all of the boys who asked for dates. He was pale and porcine, his neck thick and his face round and craggy. He wore a chambray shirt and a rawhide hat pulled down over his balding forehead. The pair of pouting lips beneath his stub nose stretched into a grin. "I dunno, sugar. You tell me." Chucky tried peeping up inside the shadowy rig, but there was not much that she could see. The head of a Barbie doll hung from the rearview mirror, and a topless hula girl bobbed on the dashboard. These doodads were repulsive enough, but what disturbed Chucky the most was the stink that wafted from within. Sweat, cigarette smoke, beer, and oil all mixed into a powerful, musky odour. But beneath the layers of stink was an acrid scent that had come from the pores of both Chucky's father and ex-husband. It was almost impossible to describe, but it recalled a dilapidated trailer and a shag carpet floor scattered with cans of cheap beer. The TV blared a football game while a man's voice bellowed orders and a leather belt cracked if she disobeyed. Chucky thought of that perfume as the daddy smell, the scent of drunk and crazy mixed together in a small, cramped space. She gently poked Loretta's arm with her elbow, their mutual sign that something was amiss. But Loretta ignored her and kept up the sales pitch.
"Well, mister, me and my friend are both having a rough night. Maybe you can help make it better?"
A fat gator hide wallet appeared from the man's pocket on a chain. A hairy, calloused hand crossed the window frame with $200 bills clutched between the forefinger and thumb. "How about this for better, hun?" Loretta took the bills and smiled. She knew how to smile at them in a way that perfectly strummed all of the right chords.
"Things are starting to turn around already,"
Loretta said with a grin. Then the hairy hand reached down and the door clicked open. The Pig Daddy was gesturing at Loretta, giving her that broad, lascivious smile. "Why don't you and me get more sociable then, sugar?" he said. "I'll chat with you first and then maybe your little friend can join in later." Chucky blushed at the thought of entering that smelly metal coffin. She turned helplessly towards Loretta, who gave her a thumbs up and mouthed out the words, "I'll call you." Before Chucky could say anything else, Loretta climbed up into the carriage with her hips wagging. "45 minutes dripped by, counted adamantly on Chucky's cell phone. She perched on a stool at the counter, sipping coffee and listening to the honky-tonk jukebox. Time crawled, and Chucky let the drawl of the late-night news wash over her. Loretta was usually more efficient with the Johns and worked them over fast. For some reason, she was taking an inordinate amount of time. Chucky thought of the daddy smell and the dangers that it implied. Lot strutting was not a profession known for its safety regulations, especially when it came to late-night horizontal mumbo sessions with the scum of the earth. In this business, when things went bad, they tended to get bad fast. That was why Loretta kept a can of mace in her purse and a pistol in the glove compartment of her peso. She had insisted that Chucky do the same and had even helped her pick out a .22 and fill out the paperwork for the background check. The two went to the shooting range once a month for target practice, the theory being that it would help them learn how to get a shot off in a worst case scenario. Yet, in practice, Chucky was just about as bad with a gun as anyone could possibly be. The expectation of the bang always made her flinch when she pulled the trigger.
I hope you don't choke if we ever have to use this,
Loretta once said with a snort.
It comes down to it, we probably won't be in any position where we can.
Which is what got Chucky sweating now. Loretta was a hard baby, but sometimes things went south before you even knew what was happening. The elderly waitress refilled Chucky's coffee without a word. She gave her a nod and Chucky tipped her one back. From the hatch to the back kitchen, a dumpy man in apron whites looked her right in the eye and smiled. Between the two of them was a stalwart understanding of what she was, and a kind of silent acquiescence on their part. They knew about her work as a salamander, and while neither could know the details, they seemed to intuit the reasons why. And why not? Desperation was more of a uniting force than any law. Chucky wondered then if maybe it was not luck, but a common understanding that had allowed her and Loretta to strut undisturbed for all of those years. Laws were an abstract thing, but broken marriages, abusive husbands, the never-ending cavalcade of bills and payments, those were all universally palpable. Prostitution was an old profession, outdated only by nature's perpetual demand for survival, and it always seemed to outlast the prudery that judged it. Things now stood at 50 minutes, which was a marathon for a single trick. Every moment away from Loretta reminded Chucky that she was a guppy pretending to be a shark in a sea of man-eaters. Chucky smoked her last cigarette down to the filter and mashed it out with a dramatic finality. Her cellular sat on the bar at her elbow, and she shot Loretta a text. They had an agreement. Text if things get worrisome, then wait 5 minutes before placing a call. Chucky allowed 10 to pass before giving Loretta's phone a ring. Her stomach sank when there was no answer. She hung up and a cold sweat broke out on her face. The only thing left was to go and check on Loretta in person. Chucky reached under the bar and pulled up her purse, plopping it down on the counter. The waitress turned towards her with one eyebrow raised and watched as she dug inside. Out came a pack of Trojans, her crucifix and a blackjack, everything a working girl could ever need. When she was married, her husband George had practiced what older folks politely dubbed home correction and what modern law enforcement simply labelled domestic abuse. George's perspective was closer to the Cro-Magnon era, and he saw nothing wrong with putting his hands on the milksop wife when she misbehaved. After their divorce, Chucky had bought some defences and resolved to never let a man push her around again. She picked up the blackjack and tested its weight in her palm. Though it had sat in her purse for 3 years now, the feel of it was utterly alien to her. Even in the direst of circumstances, it sat untouched at the bottom of her purse. For better or worse, it was all that she had now. As she piled everything back into her purse, Chucky tried to imagine slapping that thing against some horny gorilla's head. It strained her brain more than she would have liked. After slapping a 5 down on the counter, Chucky slung her purse over one shoulder and strode out with the blackjack tucked into her palm. She marched across the lot, mentally preparing herself for the worst. The red neon from overhead cast her shadow before her as she went, like an arrow pointing the way. The Mac was still there, thank God, but she could not tell if anyone was inside. Her eyes went to the Camry, and she tried to estimate the distance. If they had to run, they would be booking it a good 10 yards with her in high heels. God help them both. But as Chucky got closer to the rig, she heard shouting. It was muffled by the metal chassis, but the tone was clear enough. She recognised Loretta's voice, the machine gun fire cadence that she needed the money, and by God, needed it now. A man's voice growled out angrily. A slap. Now Chucky was in a full sprint, her heels clicking frantically on the pavement. Her intuitions had been correct. Things were going down, even as she charged over. She saw two shadows writhing inside of the carriage in what was either passion or a physical confrontation. When she was a few feet away, the door fell open and Loretta slipped out. Her clothes were dishevelled, her boots unzipped, and her tank top on backward. She was walking tall and proud, despite the red mark on her cheek. She called out something to Chucky and made a shooing gesture. Seconds after Loretta emerged, the Pig Daddy came bounding out close behind. He was still in the act of pulling his breeches back on, his jeans only halfway up over his thighs. But he moved fast. By the time his boots hit the pavement, he was sliding his belt into the buckle. He came after Loretta like a tubby missile, the distance between them closing quickly. The Pig Daddy reached out with one long, hairy arm and viciously grabbed Loretta by the wrist. He jerked her violently backward, his eyes bulging. "Don't you turn your back on me," he howled. "I ain't done with you." Chucky dove forward, the blackjack ready. She raised her weapon and took a swing, but she was too late. The Pig Daddy caught her forearm as the blow descended and gave her a violent shove. Chucky tottered on her heels before they broke and sent her tumbling backward onto her behind. Her purse fell open and spilled across the asphalt. She had already lost the blackjack in the fall. "You get out of here," the piggy man said. "This is between me and her."
Help!
Chucky screamed.
Somebody, help!
She hitched in breath for another scream, only to have it knocked out of her by the heel of the Pig Daddy's boot. It collided with her chest and deflated her lungs with a painful belch. "Shut up, you slut," he growled. Then Loretta pulled a canister out of her boot. She sprayed the contents into the pigman's face and doused his eyes in clear mist. He squealed and swatted at the air as tears cascaded down his cheeks. Loretta slipped out of his grip and scurried towards Chucky. Using her arm, she jerked Chucky to her feet and thrust an arm around her shoulder. They started staggering towards the Camry, moving as fast as Chucky's broken heels would allow. The Pig Daddy was swearing every curse on femininity known to mankind behind them, forcing Chucky to glance over her shoulder. He was shuffling after them while rubbing his eyes violently with his fists, spittle erupting from his cursed mouth. She wondered if the security cameras were catching all of this.
Help! Help!
Loretta hollered as she ran.
He's trying to kill us!
To Chucky's relief, she saw two men appear in the doorway of the diner. One was a man in a vest and trucker's hat. The other was the diner cook in apron whites. They started across the lot, and the Pig Daddy stopped in his tracks. They got to the Camry and broke formation. Chucky dug into her purse, praying to God that her keys had not been among the things to spill out. The good Lord must have been listening, because her fist closed around a cold metal keyring at the bottom of her bag. Her hand shook as he tried to shove the key into the lock, and Loretta was shifting her weight nervously on the passenger side of the car while Chucky battled her nerves. Then, to Chucky's relief, the key finally slid into the lock. She quickly climbed into the driver's side and reached across to unlock the passenger door. By the time Loretta finally got in, Chucky already had the engine cranked and roaring. Neither even bothered to buckle up before Chucky hit the accelerator as hard as she could. The wheels screamed as they peeled rubber and the car hitched forwards. Chucky spun the vehicle in a U-turn and headed straight across the lot, back towards the exit they had taken to get here. As they manoeuvred around the gas pumps, Chucky spied the cook and the trucker, both making a beeline for the Pig Daddy. The tubby man was backing away towards his truck, gesturing angrily to the two men. Some exchange was going on, and things did not look promising for their assailant. Loretta flipped him off through the window, while Chucky floored it. Soon, they were back on the road, blasting down the asphalt towards the back end of Charlotte. Chucky kept her eyes on the side mirror as she watched the truck stop recede behind them, the neon sign shrinking into a pinprick.
I'm sorry,
Loretta muttered. She was in the process of buckling up, dragging her seatbelt across her torso.
I didn't mean for him to turn on you like that. Should we have waited for the cops?
Chucky asked. She already knew the answer, but it only seemed sensible to ask.
Normal people wait for the cops, dollface, but that's not an option for you and me. Even dumb cops ask questions, you know. I got the money anyway. We can divvy it up later. We both earned it. Why don't we go to my place first? We can get ourselves some ice packs. He didn't hurt me too badly. What happened?
Loretta pursed her lips.
I don't like it when they start choking me. Reminds me too much of my ex.
Chucky snorted, smiling.
Not very professional, hun. I knew he was a weirdo. I should have said more. I knew too. But Donnie's got a birthday coming up and, well, hey, I've dealt with worse, right? Hell, I was married to worse. Just like you.
They drove in silence for a while, the dark highway passing under them. The windows were cracked and the cool night air was blowing in. Chucky smoked with one hand and steered with the other, trying to keep herself distracted. Her buttocks ached and her high heels were ruined, but those were all manageable problems. The main thing, for now, was just being alive. Several minutes passed before either one of them spoke.
So, Donnie's party's on the 25th.
Loretta said out of nowhere.
You want to come? Sure.
Chucky said with a shrug.
He's looking forward to seeing his Aunt Chuck. You've been away a while. I was wondering if you met somebody. Nah, just feeling tired lately. It happens. How is Greggy Poo? He's alright. He and Donnie have started getting along, you know, since Mitch walked out. It's been hard on him, but he's a tough kid. He'll...
Loretta stopped suddenly. One of her spindly hands shot up and snatched at the rearview mirror to adjust it. Her whole face went pale. Chucky frowned.
What is it? Oh God, no.
Loretta gasped. She pointed at the rearview mirror. Chucky looked into the side view mirror and her mouth fell open. A pair of glowing headlights, shining like twin moons, was blasting down the highway towards them. As the vehicle behind them lights grew closer to their bumper, Chucky saw a familiar brown Mack rig. It barreled towards them with the horn blaring and the enormous grille spread like a smile across the front bumper. Then it swerved and started coming up on the driver's side via the left-hand lane.
Speed up! Speed up!
Loretta begged. Chucky jammed her foot down on the accelerator, but it was too little, too late, as the truck pulled parallel to them. It easily dwarfed the car, but matched their speed, despite its girth. The driver had to be putting the pedal to the metal and straining the engine all to hell to get it moving like that. As she stared in horror, Chucky saw a shadow in the front seat. A tubby man in a cowboy hat stared back at her through the window. His smile flashed as the truck began to slide across the yellow line towards them. Loretta shrieked. Chucky felt the weight of the rig as it collided with them. Metal smashed against metal, and she was thrown sideways into the window. Her head slammed against the glass, and she saw colours explode behind her eyeballs. Loretta was screaming, and gravity took the day off. As her thoughts faded to black, Chucky registered the car's rising momentum and wondered if this was what it felt like to be a bullet. Then the whole world shattered. When she came to, Chucky was lying on her back. Every capillary in her head was throbbing to a regular bongo beat. Her vision was coming slowly back into focus, but the world was still too blurry to make sense of her surroundings. She tried sitting up, and her neck popped in a stab of pain that danced across her shoulders. Chucky looked up through groggy eyes and saw leather seats suspended overhead behind the upside-down steering wheel. She stared for several minutes, trying to grasp how they got up there. Then she understood. She turned and saw Loretta hanging upside down next to her, tangled in her seatbelt. Loretta's eyes were closed and blood was pouring down her face from a gash across her forehead. The red blood seemed to glow on Loretta's skin, flashing angry splashes across Chucky's eyes. The message of those screaming crimson puddles was clear. It had officially hit the fan. Then she also heard an engine thrumming nearby. Footsteps clacked and scraped on asphalt. Whistling. A pair of snakeskin boots appeared in the frame of the passenger side window. One of the boots kicked at the glass twice, cracking on the first hit and shattering on the second. A hand reached through the jagged opening and grabbed Loretta by her hair. Chucky felt her heart skip a beat, but she managed to lay still. Her brain demanded she act, but the rest of her body was tensing up. The hand twisted Loretta's neck and started to pull. The seatbelt held Loretta firmly in place. "Come on, girlie. Time for the second date." Chucky wanted to help Loretta, but her muscles were not responding. Through the haze of pain and confusion came the realization that she had to get out of here, and fast. Her limbs were throbbing, but she needed to move before he decided to search the car for her. On the tail of this fall came the revelation that Loretta was a goner, and if she did not act quickly, she would be too. She heard the rustle of fabric and shuffling about. A buck knife materialized in one of the hairy hands and started soaring through the belt. The pigman whistled a cheerful tune to himself as he worked. Using her aching arms, Chucky started to pull herself like an inchworm towards the broken window on the passenger's side. The throbbing pain in her head and back hinted that she would be able to run when she got out. But could she stand her ground somehow? The belt gave way with a snap, and Loretta fell to the roof of the car with a thump. Her body slumped over limply, like a puppet on severed strings. The pigman now had a hand around Loretta's head and was dragging her out through the window. He was still whistling as he pulled her onto the asphalt. Chucky's heart was beating against her ribs as she considered her limited options. She could still see the pig daddy's boots about 10 feet away through the window frame. If he saw her move, it was over. Even if she made it out, he would come after her. As it was, her whole body felt like a wooden plank of pain, and she knew she could not outrun him in a pursuit. There was only one option, and her eyes turned to the glove compartment. She heard the pig daddy giggling. "Alright, missy, let's get you ready for our big date." His boots moved out of sight, and his footsteps regressed to somewhere a few feet away. Her chance. She started to move forward, dragging her legs behind her. She could get them to twitch, but little more. Her arms were throbbing, but she had to put the pain out of her mind as she moved across the ceiling of the car towards the glove compartment. Her progress was agonizingly slow, and though Pig Daddy seemed too busy to notice her, she could not afford to press her luck. A bit of glass nicked her stomach, and she felt the blood trickling down and pooling into her waistband as she went. She could hear him moving around again, and metal scraped and clanked. A pause, and then his footsteps drew closer again. Something dropped onto asphalt. And then she heard a loud click of something being opened. When Chucky was only a foot from the glove compartment, she reached out for the handle with a blood-smeared hand. Her greasy fingers slipped on the handle, but she pulled hard and got a satisfying click in response. The door dropped open and dumped a collection of CDs, maps, and folderol with a cacophony of thumps and rattles. She hissed and got still, perking up her ears. She could hear the Pig Daddy humming over the percussion of metal instruments clanging together. He was distracted, but that was sure to be temporary. Chucky started digging through the swill from the glove compartment, pushing aside flyers, rolled up magazines, and bits of scrap. At the bottom of the pile was a .22 pistol. As she grabbed it up, she heard a wet splat. It sounded like something hard striking flesh. With no more time to spare, Chucky started crawling her way back across the glass towards the smashed driver's side window. She had the gun clutched in one hand, its cold weight pressing against her slick palm. She knew it might not even be loaded, but it was her only hope. There was no way to get off a shot from here, but if she got outside, she might have enough space to aim at his torso. She wriggled and writhed, trying to get her aching body to respond. It was not just the pain either, but her muscles were tightening and growing stiff even as she moved. If she did make it out of this alive, which was still a dubious outcome, she was going to need medical attention. As she slithered towards the broken window, she realised that all of her aching places, a diverse and ever-growing list, were steadily worsening in their intensity. She needed to work fast. Chucky finally got to the shattered driver's side window, though she was already feeling her body grow heavy with fatigue and pain. Through the opening, she could see the rise of a hummock and a scattering of crushed glass and broken plastic. The frame of the car window was still laced with jagged bits of glass, but cuts were a risk she had to take. Dragging herself like a snake, she began to pull herself through the opening and into the night air. She thrust her head and shoulders out first, then tried using the glass-free portions of the frame as a fulcrum to pull herself through. She had no trouble at first, but when it came time to haul her hips through, a shard of protruding glass nicked her thigh. The sharp edge sliced through her leggings into her skin. It made her wince, but it was at least a good sign that she could still feel them. She heard the Pig Daddy panting for air and more of those heavy, wet, slapping sounds. Chucky dragged her feet through the opening last, slashing her right heel on a bit of glass as she did so. She was laying on the grass, covered in blood, but still amongst the living for the moment. Now was the tricky part, where she was going to have to stand on feet that she could barely feel. Her legs seemed to be just now waking up, yawning with a legion of pinpricks that run from her ankles up to her hips. She rolled onto her hands and began to push. She managed to lift her chest while pulling her legs under her torso, and she braced herself to transfer her weight into the balls of her feet. Her calves and thighs stung as she slowly began to press down onto the sloping earth beneath her. She thrust her shoulders up slowly, trying to find her centre of gravity, with a back that felt as if it was solid metal. The slope of the roadside was against her, and she almost tumbled backward into the car again.
"There you go, little missy,"
the Pig Daddy was muttering.
"I've got you served up just right."
Chucky had to fight to keep her balance because of her vertigo and the disorientating weight of the gun in her hand. When she had her bearings, she looked back and saw the Camry laying upside down in a ditch. The thrumming pickup was pulled behind the wreck, with its high beams gleaming off the dented remains of Loretta's car. They had flipped, doing a good 80, probably when the wheels left the asphalt and lost their traction in the grass. No wonder her back was smarting. She must have rattled around like a marble in a tin can. The broken machine's one good headlight revealed a pale body lying in a sticky pool of red. The torso had been punched full of holes, with the chest and stomach looking as if they'd been cut by a Gatling gun. The head was gone, with everything above the neck pulped into a gelatinous pink mass. Standing over Loretta's defaced corpse was a dark shadow in a leather Stetson, holding something in its hand. It looked like a metal ball-peen hammer with a leather grip on the polymer shaft. Laid out on the asphalt by the figure's foot was an open toolbox full of gleaming metal instruments.
"Well, hey there, baby doll,"
called a sing-song voice.
"Where do you all think you're going?"
She raised the gun and pointed it at him. Her legs felt like wet pasta, and she knew the recoil was going to bowl her over. But she could threaten, and by God, she was mad enough to make it sound convincing.
"You back off.
She called.
You just stay away from me. You hear?"
He ignored her warning and started towards the slope with that dripping hammer in his hand.
"Come on now, honey. I just want to have a little discussion is all."
"You stay back."
Chucky called out. Her voice broke and she realised that she was already on the verge of tears. She was steadying the gun with both hands, just like Loretta had taught her, but it was still heavy. She could barely hold it up enough to aim at the approaching shadow. He was coming up the slope, his shoulders bowed, his evil eyes fixed on her.
"You best put that down. Might go easy for you."
Tears were coming down Chucky's face. He was moving in slow and cautious, but with more speed than she would have liked. Her arms were shaking, and not just from the weight of the pistol. She could barely stand up, much less try to aim the piece. And now he was just below her on the slope, maybe just 6 feet away. A little closer and he'd have enough reach on that ball-peen hammer.
"You just put that down,"
he hissed.
"Put it down and let's..."
Chucky closed her eyes tight, threw her brain into the void behind her lids and pulled the trigger. Now she was on her back while he was trying to climb on top of her. There was blood everywhere, some of it his. The hammer was gone, but his slimy fingers were fitting around her throat and trying to crush her windpipe. His eyes bulged while his lips twitched back in a snarl of pain. She did not even realise the gun was still in her hand, but pulled the trigger again on instinct. Another bang echoed in her dull ears, followed by the shockwave of gunpowder igniting. Chucky felt warm blood spray across her face and legs as a burning smell filled her nostrils. The Pig Daddy jerked, let out a choking cry, and went limp. His weight settled on her, and she felt it grow heavy and press down against her chest. With all of the strength she had left, she pushed against him, and he fell over. His body rolled down the slope, as limp as a sack of grain. For a long time, Chucky sat in the grass, trying to come back to herself. Her ears and her head rang with the vibrations of that fatal report. She could smell the gunpowder mixed with blood, both hers and his, smeared in mad patterns down her front. She looked down at the splayed man who lay at the bottom of the incline. He was prone on his back, with his arms spread and his face turned up to the stars. The rapid eyes were open, but devoid of any fury. And then, without warning, Chucky began to laugh. It started as little giggles, hiccuping out of her, before progressing into a string of spastic chuckles. Soon, she was bellowing out hysterics until tears poured down her cheeks. The laughter rose progressively in pitch until she was shrieking with it. Everything ran together into a single long scream that pierced the sky as dawn broke. In and out of water, that was the life of Chucky Durrell. Life can be a fickle thing. One moment, everything around you can glow in the warmth and comfort of celebration. The next can be overcast by the sounds of a prayer spoken over a pine box. As the thread of our lives spins from the skin of our future and are slowly woven into the tapestry that becomes our history, we can rarely anticipate where the snags will be. Even less can we anticipate what may cause the thread to be frayed or, God forbid, cut prematurely. Metaphors aside, there are things that happen in life that you can anticipate but never truly expect. You were one of those things. We knew it could happen, yet when it did, the excitement and anxiety were palpable. When it came to you, and the joy you were supposed to bring to our lives against what actually happened, what hurts the most is that it feels like there were only a few days throughout the years that changed everything. A few short days that had the most impact, while the others fell to the wayside. She and I, we'd been hoping and trying, and to put it bluntly, failing. We discussed the future, the intentions of having a family, and we both agreed that we would wait until we were 25 to even think about it. Then, on my 25th birthday, we had the discussion again. We were financially stable, had a nice house, we were both relatively healthy. There was nothing standing in our way, and it was time for us to follow through on our plans. We tried for 2 years. We went to specialists, made plans, and did everything we could to make sure that each month would be the one where everything would work out. Each and every time resulted in the aforementioned anxiety, and it would quickly turn to disappointment. There's a limit to how many times one can get excited about something and have it come crashing down around them. And I hit my limit. For her sake, I would always pretend to be excited when she would say, "This might be the one." But deep down, I was getting tired of it. Yes, I wanted to have a family, but it wasn't working, and while I may not be religious, I can take a cosmic hint. I think, after a while, she realised that my heart wasn't in it. I know that a few times she took the tests without even telling me that it was a possibility. Maybe she wanted to catch me off guard and spring it on me when I was at my lowest. Maybe she thought that it would be a bigger surprise if I didn't see it coming. Maybe she wanted to see that light return to my eyes, that excitement of the first time she said I might be pregnant. Maybe she was growing distant through all of this and couldn't handle the thought of letting me down. Each and every time the tests came back negative. We could sit here all day and think about the possible situations, but honestly, it wouldn't change anything. Each time there was a possibility, it was shot down with the crushing blows of pain and failure. Of course, we went to specialists, just as any desperate couple would. They tested, they poked, prodded, collected and questioned, only to come to a final conclusion of, we don't know. I never knew that you could spend so much money and time not to be given a solid answer, but that's how things went. They told us it could be me. Maybe there was something wrong with my genetic makeup that caused this to not work out. They told her it could be her. Maybe she just wasn't able to get pregnant. They told us that there were 1,000,001 possibilities, yet they refused to single any of them out as a certainty. Obviously, this did nothing but add to the anxiety and pain. To be told that there was no definitive reason for the failure, yet here we were. I had come to a personal conclusion. I was done with trying to have a child. If it ever happened, great. But I refused to let it bring me down or control my life anymore. While I had made this decision, she couldn't. She couldn't bring herself to simply give up, and when I tried to talk to her about my decision, well, let's just say I slept on the couch for a week or two. There was a point where I thought that she had come around to my side and that she was done with stressing over the whole situation. I thought that she had finally gotten to the point where she was willing to let go of trying and that we would just live our lives as best as we could. I was proven wrong. It was a chilly morning in mid-October. I remember waking up and she wasn't at my side. I didn't think too much of this. Maybe she had just gotten up before I had. I remember sitting up on the edge of the bed and glancing at the window. I remarked to myself that it was an eerily foggy morning. It was one of those mornings where, despite the fact that the sun was mostly up, you could barely see the neighbour's house through the fog. It's one of those details that is so mundane, yet sticks to the walls of your mind like it's the most important detail that has ever been presented to you. I remember getting out of bed and walking into the hallway, toward the only bathroom we had. I remember pushing the door open, and within half a second, a cold dread flooded the entirety of my being. There aren't words to explain the pain that you feel when you see someone you love lying in a tub unconscious with a bottle of pills lying on the floor. There are literally no words. You know how, in every explanation of what death is like, there's the cliche statement made about every memory flooding back in an instant. It's like that. Your heart starts racing, the adrenaline takes control, and your brain goes into preservation mode, playing through every single loving moment you've ever spent with this person in an effort to prevent this from being the lasting memory. I called 911. They were at the house in less than 7 minutes. They rushed in the door, and I know they asked me questions, but not a single one of them resides in my memories. I don't know what I said. I don't know what they said. I just know that there were words spoken, and the room was spinning faster than I could handle. I expected them to come in and walk back out to get the body bag, but when I heard the paramedics say, "There's a pulse," it was like being reborn at that moment. It was like I was the one dying, and those words were the shock to my heart that brought me back to this earth. The rest of the paramedics rushed in to wrap her up and get her on the stretcher. Everything moved so much faster when there was a sense of hope, when there was a semblance of a possibility that she may be saved. The next few days were confusing. A cacophony of paperwork, medical questions, being told things I didn't quite understand, and having to make phone calls in the off chance that she didn't make it through. I was able to take some time off from work, and I don't think I left the hospital for longer than an hour while she was unconscious. I don't remember what she had taken, but the doctors all told me that it would be a while before she woke up, and that was an understatement. For some reason, when they said it would be a while, I expected a day or two, not a solid week. I slept on the chair next to her bed each night. I ate nothing but vending machine food and was basically running on Mountain Dew by the time she finally came back to the waking world. I was sitting in the chair, reading a gardening magazine for the 12th time, basically just staring at the shape of the words instead of reading what they said, when I glanced over and her eyes were open. I think I literally threw the magazine off to the side and jammed the emergency button. The nurses ran into the room expecting for something to have gone wrong, but when they saw that you were awake, I think they forgave me for freaking them out. Over the next few days, she spoke to doctors, therapists, and various family members. She explained herself 100 times over, promised to get help, and moved on. I think of all of the people she spoke to, I was the only one that she really didn't. Not at first. At first, she refused to even really look at me. Maybe it was the shame of the situation, but I made sure she knew that I wasn't angry with her. I made sure that she knew I was there for her until the end, and I wasn't going anywhere. Despite this, she seemed so reluctant to even acknowledge my existence. On the day that she was finally able to come home, this tension was at an all-time high. Then it suddenly burst when we got in the car. She turned to me and told me she was pregnant. I don't know how to explain what I felt when that happened. She could have told me at any point in time while she was lying in that bed, but she chose that exact second. And I honestly don't know what I was feeling. I asked her if the doctors told her why I was out of the room, and she just smirked at me. I asked her again when they told her, and she simply told me that they didn't. I was obviously confused. how could she have known if they didn't tell her unless she took a test before she went to the hospital? But then, why would she have done what she had? Part of me wanted to not ask. Part of me wanted to nod along and decide that she just knew. But with the whole situation, I had to make sure she wasn't losing it. I wish that I'd stuck with my first instinct. I wish I had never asked. Her explanation was nonsensical. "He told me," was her response. I, of course, asked who he was. Was he a doctor? A nurse? God himself? She explained to me that while she was in her coma, she was in a strange, foggy place. She said that while she was there, time seemed to be unmoving, yet she was constantly in motion. She said that her sense of time was non-existent while she was there. Every day was both a second and a year. She said that while she was in this strange place, she could see other people, but she couldn't interact with them in any way. They all seemed to have their routines, but none of them noticed her. She kept on about various details of this strange place, and she told me that near the end of her coma, there was a man in the fog with her. She stated that this man appeared to be a plague doctor from the Middle Ages, yet was also dressed in a modern get-up. She said that he sat on a bench near the edge of the fog and seemed to be surrounded by birds, ravens to be exact. She said that he was polite and understanding, and he was the only person in this foggy world that was able to talk to her. Then she said that he told her that she would get what she wanted. He apparently told her that she would be given her child, but that it would come at a cost, some sort of equal exchange. She went on about this creature, about their conversations, about her discoveries in this fog-covered world. I didn't know what to do, so I listened. She seemed to truly believe that this insane dream was some sort of a message, an omen from some bird man in a fog-filled world where time did not matter. All I could bring myself to say was, "That's a pretty crazy dream." And this was certainly not the best thing to say to her. Her excitement and her smile both dimmed down to an anger as I made my comment. I could see the tears starting to well up in her eyes. I told her I was sorry, that I didn't mean anything negative by it, just that it was a dream, and that's all. She was adamant that I was wrong. She told me with fervour that I'd never known her petite frame to muster, that she had died, that this foggy landscape was some world between the dead and the living. and that this man was some sort of deity that was granting her a wish. She even went as far as to tell me that I wasn't the father and that her child was born from her and this deity. She vehemently opposed my statement about how this was nonsense. She screamed at me and cried harder than I had ever seen her cry in her attempts to both demean my statements and convince me that this was all real. I let her get it out, then, reluctantly and falsely, said I believed her. I apologised, hugged her, and told her that I would support her no matter what she went through, and that if she says it happened, then it happened. If nothing else, it calmed her down and got her to a reasonable level of anger. I didn't mind if she was mad at me. Honestly, I had more of an issue with her seeming so passionate over something that didn't exist, over some medically induced fever dream where some man cosplaying as a plague doctor induced pregnancy as some sort of gift from the gods of limbo. The pregnancy statement only added to the confusion for a few reasons. Everything about her said she was indeed pregnant. She was going through the morning sickness. She was having the weird cravings. Her body acted as if she was actually pregnant. And after a couple of months, she was starting to show. We went to the doctors. They ran their tests, and they came back with a confusing diagnosis: pseudocyesis. Basically, they informed us that everything she was experiencing was far from a false pregnancy, that she wasn't actually pregnant, but her body was acting as if she was. I was confused and devastated, but she laughed at them. The doctors tried to explain this wasn't an uncommon situation to go through after a traumatic situation, and that it would resolve itself after a while. He further recommended that she should go to therapy and address what had happened a couple of months prior. She told him to shove his diagnosis up his arse because he was wrong and she was going to have a baby. He then turned his attention to me and further explained everything. I tried my hardest to help her through this whole situation. I explained everything to my manager and moved to a remote position so I could be near her 24 hours a day. She spent her time redoing parts of our bedroom, organising various parts of the house to be child-proofed, and buying clothing for a future baby. She spent all of her time preparing for a child that she had been told would never come. A child that no medical professional was able to find. She never had a positive test. The ultrasounds found nothing. For all medical intents and purposes, There was no child, and never would be. Despite this, she kept growing in size over the months, showing that somehow every medical worker that had touched her was innocent in their diagnosis. Then, one day at around noon, she walked into the room where I had been diligently putting together spreadsheets and presentations for my boss to send up to his boss, and told me it was time. I was once again in a confusing situation. My wife was standing in the room telling me that her water had broken and that we needed to be rushed to the hospital so that she could have the baby, a baby that didn't exist. Not even looking at the possibilities of insurance not covering the procedures of a false pregnancy, or the stares that we would get from the doctors and nurses when we told them that she was about to give birth. I was overly concerned for what the end result would be and how it would affect her mental health. She had already hit her end once before, and if we left the hospital without a newborn baby, I knew she wouldn't be able to handle it. As I expected, while she was in the room for delivery, the doctor pulled me aside and wanted to speak with me about her mentality. I explained to them that she had been to the therapists. I told them that she had been taking her medication, and I spilled out the contents of every single conversation we'd had for the past 9 months. I knew they thought she was crazy. I knew that this was a waste of time, and I scarcely held back the floods that attempted to escape my eyes when I told him that I knew this wasn't going to end well. But I didn't know what to do. It's a rarity that a doctor, especially one that had been delivering babies for over 20 years, will look you in the eyes and show genuine compassion and concern for your health, while also agreeing to deliver a non-existent child. I don't think he really knew what to do. He didn't have a plan of action, but he nodded and went back into the room to follow through with what she wanted. After around 5 hours of chaos, you were brought into this world. My little girl that wasn't supposed to exist. The doctors were as baffled as I was. Nothing along these past 9 months had medically proven that you existed, yet she was adamant that you did, and somehow she was right. You were cleaned up, crying and screeching as you took your first breaths, then whisked away to the ward for newborns. The situation quickly shifted to standard operating procedures. Everyone went from just going through the motions to satiate her requests, to taking care of an actual medical miracle. When was all said and done, you were beautiful, and when they brought you back into the room, they had opted to give us some time as a new family. I remember those moments were, as I've said many times, confusing. She was holding you, you were sleeping, and I was sitting in the chair next to you both, with the biggest grin on my face. I commented on how gorgeous you were. I said that you had her eyes and hair, and I remember she laughed and turned her head to me, then shattered my world. She stared me dead in the eyes and told me that I wasn't the father. She told me that you had no father, that you were a continuation of her, and that you were gifted to her from the man in the fog. Part of me thought that having you in her arms would snap her back to reality, but it seemed like it just reinforced her faults. In those few moments, in those few words, I felt every bit of my joy shatter into what amounted to nothing. I had humoured her. I had worked with her. I had done everything in my power to keep her happy and keep you healthy while she was pregnant. And this is how she repaid me? With her psychotic ball about some other world that she saw in a dream back when she had tried to kill herself? I wanted to be mad at her. I wanted to scream at her and tell her that she had lost her mind. I wanted to, but I couldn't. And even if I could, I never got the time. She hugged you tightly and told you that she loved you and that she gave it all for you. Then she handed you to me and told me that she loved me. I could feel myself wanting to cry, but for the sake of you, I didn't. I stared at your bright green eyes, and even though you were only a few hours old, I know that you knew who I was. Within moments of my holding you and staring into those bright eyes, my admiration was cut by the sound of a flatline. The nurses rushed into the room and jumped into trying to revive her. Nothing worked. Of course, I was questioned. They wanted to know what had happened. I told them the truth. I honestly had no idea. I was talking to her. I was holding you. And then she was gone. They struggled to believe me at first. They were suspicious I had something or that she had ended her own life. But they accepted what I had said as fact after the autopsy. Her heart had stopped. Simple as that. It was a sudden cardiac death. It was almost literally like someone had flipped the light switch and her life simply ended. They tried their best to bring her back, but it didn't matter in the end. It was this day where I started to question reality when it came to you and to her. She was adamant that the thing in her dream had gifted her with the pregnancy, and I recalled that she told me about there being a cost, an equal exchange. Her life for yours. As much as it made no sense to me, it was the only thing that I could mentally accept. Maybe there was some sort of supernatural force in play. I didn't want to fall into the same mental trap that she had, but something about everything was odd. Regardless of what I wanted to believe, I now had you to take care of, and that's just what it was. I didn't get the chance to mourn her at all. I had to dedicate my time to my newborn daughter, to keeping you healthy and happy. It wasn't easy balancing my work with being a single parent, but I managed. I never missed an appointment. You had my attention the minute you made a sound, and even though I was sleep deprived and felt like I was falling apart, I still kept going for you. You grew faster than I ever could have imagined. I swear, it was like I blinked and you were in preschool. I barely looked like myself anymore. I was aging even faster, it seemed. It was around your 5th birthday that you started telling me about things that I saw as concerning. I think it may have actually been overnight on your 5th birthday. Somewhere around 2 or 3 in the morning. I remember you coming in my room and waking me up, telling me that you had a nightmare and asking if you could sleep in my bed. I knew this was the start of the next part of your life. From this day forward, you had a grasp on fear and how your mind could make things up without intent. And you would also know that I would keep you safe. It's a strange feeling as a parent to see the exact moment when your baby starts actually growing up. I can only describe it as a feeling of success. I had done something right in raising you. The morning after, I asked you if you remembered your nightmare, just to gauge whether or not you were at a point where you would be able to explain what it was that scared you. I wish I hadn't. Your explanation ripped the breath from my lungs. You told me that you had a dream that you were outside in the fog. You told me that you felt funny and that the people that were with you didn't see you. You told me about the Birdman, about how he knew your name, how he had a bunch of birds around him, and how you sat there and spoke with him and fed his birds. You told me about the same dream your mother had suffered from several years ago, albeit in a slightly more childish manner. Everything you said terrified me more than I had ever imagined possible. I could feel the sweat literally beading on my face. It must have been obvious because you asked me if I was okay. You, a five-year-old little girl, could tell that the look on my face was one of pure terror. I asked you what the Birdman had told you, and you couldn't remember. I pressed you, probably more than I should have, and I remember scaring you. I'm sorry that I did. It wasn't my intention. I hope you know that now. I'm sure, at that time, it was so confusing. I wish it had ended there. I honestly would have given anything I could to have this be the one and only time that you ever told me about this horrible dream. I wish that was it. But it wasn't. Almost every night, you came to my room and said you had the nightmare. It got to the point where you were just sleeping in my bed. Your room was just for your toys and clothes. While that helped, the nightmares kept coming. They were less frequent, sure, but they were still happening, and you were explaining things in further detail. You were getting better at explaining what the man was saying. Most of the time, it seemed like you and him were just having plain conversations. He told you the name of his birds. He told you about the strange dream world you were in. I wanted to dismiss all of this. I didn't want to accept that something was wrong with my little girl, but I couldn't just let it go. This was further cemented by the time you told me that the Birdman explained to you how your mother had died. It was the middle of the day. You had just woken up from a nap and you walked into my room asking what cardiac meant. I didn't think much of it, told you it was related to the heart, and asked you why. You told me that the Birdman told you that your mum had died from a sudden cardiac arrest. There was no way you could have known that without someone telling you, and that person wasn't me. I never told you the how. I only told you that when you were born, she had to go to heaven. The fact that you were asking me questions about the medical specifics and you knew the information told me that something was going on. Then there was the last time you had the dream about the foggy place. We were eating breakfast and you hesitantly told me that the Birdman was going to let you see your mother. I think I lost it at this point. I told you to stop playing your games about this Birdman and that he wasn't real. I told you that you needed to quit making everything up and that you were making me angry. You sat there, your bright green eyes filling with tears as you watched me accuse you of lying. You didn't scream, you didn't say anything, you just started crying and went back to your room, slamming your door behind you. That same fervour that your mother showed so long ago, rearing its hideous head in such a tiny frame. I knew you were mad at me, and that was fine, as long as it meant you would stop with the nonsense. You would have been better off in the long run if you could just see that your dreams were in your imagination and that your mother was gone for good. But we never got to see if you would have been better off did we? That conversation was the last one you and I ever had. The last words you heard me say were, "Stop it with this ridiculous nonsense." I went up to check on you. No longer than a few hours after you and I had had our argument, and you were non-responsive. I remember opening your door and thinking you were asleep. I remember putting my hand on your arm and feeling that you were cold. Then turning you over to see that your lips had a slight blue shade to them. And I knew at that moment that you were gone. I knew that I wouldn't get lucky a second time when I called the paramedics. They came in. They asked their questions and they took you out in a zipped up dark plastic bag. Once again, I was questioned by the police, by the medics, by my own family. But again, I was cleared. The doctors said that you had a heart defect that had gone unnoticed. Probably the same heart defect that brought on your mother's cardiac arrest. They said that there was no way I could have done anything to save you unless I'd been there the exact second it happened. And since you'd gone in your sleep, it was an inevitability. A perfect storm. The exact circumstances leading to you falling asleep while crying because I had made you mad, and then you were just gone. And just like that, I was alone. I was forced to sit in the house where my wife had attempted suicide and where my baby girl had passed away while sleeping. I was haunted by the memories of seeing her in the tub and your cold and lifeless face, and of the fact that our last conversation was me yelling at you. I buried you right next to your mother with the same thought in my mind. I never got to tell you goodbye. I never got to say that I loved you. And you left me far too early. Both of you had your threads cut way before they should have been. Especially you. I started this path with those moments of celebration that she and I would have when she told me that she may have been pregnant, and I ended it in the rain, drowning in the overcast while someone recited a prayer over your pine box. Anxiety, anticipation, excitement. None of those words had meaning to me anymore. What more could life throw at me? What else could fate do to me that I wouldn't expect? I had lost my wife, I had lost my daughter, and I had lost any reason to keep going. The day you were conceived happened just after what I thought was going to be the most terrifying morning of my life. Those days, watching her lie unconscious in a hospital bed and asking the universe to just give her a second chance, to give her back to me. I got what I asked for, and she came back, and she was given what she had asked for. You. The day you were born, she was happy. She was given that chance to see you, to hold you, and to tell you that she loved you. Then, the exchange happened. You were given to me, and she was taken. On that day, when I knew she wasn't coming back, I asked for the strength to keep going, for your sake, and I got what I had asked for. I hardly slept, I hardly ate. My entire life revolved around you. By the end of it, I was looking like I was about to be 50 at the ripe old age of 32. But I was able to keep you healthy and happy. The day you died, I begged to have you back. As they lowered your casket into that hole next to where your mother had been buried for all of this time, my heart shattered. I knew that you didn't feel any pain and that it was an instantaneous death, but I needed you to keep myself going. When you started telling me about the place in your dreams, I never knew what to say because your mother had told me all about it, and she made sure to tell me that the man in the dream was the one giving her what she'd wanted. You told me that he had mentioned your mother and that he was going to let you see her if you wanted. When you said that and I exploded, it was because I was scared that he was going to follow through. What's worse is that he did. He took you from me and he gave you what you wanted. This man, this so-called Birdman, was giving everyone everything that they wanted. But it seemed like there was an exchange each time. Something of equal value was lost when something was gained. She became pregnant with you, but her life was given for you to be born. You wanted to see your mother, but your life in this world had to be taken for that to happen. What's worse, I think, looking back, he may have even been listening to me. I asked for her to come back after her suicide attempt, and she did. But she was never the same person, and we grew distant. Then she was taken too. When I held you that first time, I was asking for the strength to raise you by myself. And those 5 years were tough, but I managed. I feel like aging over 10 years was my payment for that strength. All of that was enough to make me think that maybe, just maybe, he was listening to me. If that wasn't enough to convince me at the time, I honestly cannot question it anymore. Only a couple of days ago, I put you in that pine box, in front of my family, in front of the churchgoers, and various people that came to pay their respects. I watched as that box was covered. I stood there as the rain soaked the dirt and it sunk around where you were laid to rest. I stood there and cried my eyes out for a few hours before I had to leave. I fell onto the bed and stared at various photographs of our lives together. Myself and her, and then you. I just flipped through the pages a few dozen times until I'd managed to drink myself into a blackout. Then, this morning, I woke up to a horrendous hangover and noted two things upon opening my eyes. There was a thick fog lingering outside of my window, and you were standing idly at the front of my bed. I thought you were a hallucination at first, but once I was able to fully open my eyes and wake up, I knew for a fact that you were real. You've been standing there and staring at me with your pale, lifeless eyes for what feels like forever. Or maybe it's been only a couple of minutes. I can't really tell, as my brain seems to be failing to comprehend how much time has actually passed. I've tried to match the half smile that feels artificially plastered on your grey, shaded face, but I can't. I see you. I know you're real, but you're no longer my daughter. Whatever you are is something that shouldn't exist. Something that I brought on myself by asking for things to be different. Now, as I lie here and maintain eye contact with whatever it is that has returned in the place of my daughter, I'm fully aware that he's been listening to me, and he's been giving me what I've been asking for. At this point, if this is what I'm being given, I'm terrified to find out what it is he's going to take in exchange. It's been 6 days, 6 long and agonizing days, and that horrible screaming has not stopped, slowed, or silenced. I have tried to ignore it. I have tried to move on with my life and move forward with the things I need to do, but it seems like the screaming just keeps going and going, no matter the time of day. It is, for a lack of a better word, unending. Let me take a step back and explain a few things. Maybe that would be for the best. I live in an apartment complex, floor 3, apartment J. I've lived here for most of my adult life, and I've managed to keep to myself and enjoy my life of solitude and independence. I prefer it that way. I prefer not having to deal with other people, mostly because the more people that you add to an equation, the more likely it is to become problematic. I've seen my neighbours a few times, and I say hi to them when they pass in the hallways, sure, but honestly, I just want to enjoy my time at home, alone, sitting in my living room, watching television and eating whatever frozen foods I have on hand. It's a simple life, one that most people would shun, but it works for me. Besides, why should I care about my neighbours? They likely won't live here very long. Most people leave after their initial 2-year lease is up. A lot of people seem to think that the property management doesn't do enough around here, or they aren't kind, or whatever BS complaints people nowadays want to throw out there about their landlords. I look at it this way. I pay my rent on time, and they leave me the hell alone. I'm handy enough to fix most of my own problems, and they know it, so it's a win-win. Like I said, I've been here for around 25 years, and I've dealt with a lot of people that I personally don't care about. But as of late, things have been getting out of hand. 6 days ago, at exactly 3 in the morning, the screaming started. Now I don't mean screaming like arguing, I mean guttural screeching, deep throat level agonising screaming. The kind of screaming that comes from someone bending your arm the wrong way until your shoulder joint snaps out of its socket. That kind of screaming. I know the exact time it started because that's when it woke me up. I was sound asleep when I heard it, clear as day. I have, of course, jumped out of bed and banged on the wall of the adjoining apartment in an attempt to get them to realise that they were being loud. Of course, they did absolutely nothing. They just kept screaming. I decided I would go over in the morning and give them a piece of my mind, and that I would try to go back to sleep. I might have dozed off once or twice for a few minutes, but nothing substantial. Every time I woke up, the screaming would still be there. The final time I woke up and decided to stay awake for the day, sometime around 6:30, I thought I heard another scream joining into the fray. After about an hour, that thought turned to certainty. As loud as they could, 2 people doing everything in their power to destroy the peace and quiet that I was used to. And it was at this point I'd had enough. I was certain that the screaming, well, the initial screaming, was coming from apartment I, the one directly to the left of mine. I put on enough clothing to protect myself from indecent exposure, threw on my slippers, and grabbed my doorknob to angrily yank the door open, except the door didn't move. I twisted the knob, I watched the mechanism slip out of what was holding it, but no matter how hard I pulled on the door, it was steadfast. I checked the deadbolt. It was unlocked. I slowly turned the handle and again verified that the little metal thing was retracting, but still, no movement. I could see the light seeping into my apartment through the door frame, so it wasn't like someone built a wall around my door when I wasn't paying attention or something. I thought that maybe something was wrong with the frame, maybe the wood had swelled with the weather, maybe the foundation was starting to give out and my door was bearing the brunt of the pressure. I figured that giving the door a good hard slam with my weight could break it loose, so that's what I did. I rammed it with my shoulder and nothing. It refused to budge. My slamming into it, kicking it, pounding it, none of it did a damn thing to the integrity of that door. Exhausted and in a bit of pain from repeatedly colliding with the door, I relented. It wasn't moving, and there was nothing I could do to fix that. I leaned against the door and tried to catch my breath. I decided that then would be a good time to look through the peephole to see if maybe something had happened in the hallway. I moved in and stared out into the hallway of my building and was confused. There was no door access across the hallway. There was no door where apartment L should be. The marking was still there to show where the apartment should be, but there was no door at all. It was as if they had removed the door and filled in the spot with drywall and then painted it. Obviously, this wouldn't have been possible. I would have heard them doing so and noticed the maintenance people working on it. Plus, why would they shut off an apartment like that? The more that I thought about it, the less it made sense. So, in the end, I just had to stop thinking about it. I stepped away and threw myself in my recliner and just stared out into the foggy morning. I could see the street from my apartment, but it appeared to be barren. There were no cars or people out walking. It was the emptiest I'd ever seen it personally. I couldn't make out the faces of other buildings through the fog, but I could at least see the silhouettes. Not that it mattered if I couldn't leave the apartment. I just sat there, just staring out at the fog as it rolled in and kept going. Then the fact that I had a cell phone clicked in my mind. I got up, went back to my bedroom to grab my phone. It wasn't until I attempted to turn on the screen that something occurred to me. None of my lights were on anywhere in my apartment. The fact that my phone wasn't functioning no matter what I did verified this for me. I had no power. My apartment had plenty of windows, so it was well lit by the morning lights. But none of my lights were working. None of the outlets had power. It was as if someone had flipped the breakers to the apartment, and maybe they had. The problem with that is that the breakers in the utility closet you could only access from the hallway, and I was stuck in my apartment. At first, I was annoyed, angry, determined to scream at someone for playing this annoying trick on me. I was further enraged by that damn screaming that was coming from my neighbour's place, and the now 3 other people that had joined him in this ear-piercing song. I returned to my chair and watched the day pass. My mind was almost as foggy as the clearing outside of my window. I had no idea how I was going to get out of this situation other than wait for someone to rescue me. Surely someone had to be working on a solution to this problem, somewhere. There's no way that the police weren't already looking into the people screaming. There's no way that my neighbours, at least the ones that weren't screaming and weren't the poor soul potentially trapped in apartment L, hadn't already made a phone call to someone out there to look into the noise. My next door neighbour was the first to start screaming, so when they investigated the situation, they were bound to come up the stairs. When I heard them, I would just bang on my door for their attention and explain what was going on. Surely that would work out for me. Well, that's what I honestly thought for the first 2 days. For nearly 48 hours I sat in my recliner and watched the days pass, the fog never lifting or clearing. In the entire time I watched, I didn't see a single person walking by, not a single car driving down the road. Nothing. All I saw was the light that was filtered by a dense fog, and then the darkness of the night. As strange as it was, I wasn't hungry at all. I'm the type of person that eats in a panic, so I figured I would want food, but with no power I couldn't heat anything up. I think I ate some bread and peanut butter on day 2, but really, I don't recall. It wasn't until day 4 that I started to think maybe, just maybe, things weren't going to change. By this point, I could no longer differentiate the sounds of the screams. I had no idea how many people were screaming, who they were, where they were. All I knew was that the screaming was loud, unbearable, and closing my eyes to sleep would only make it seem louder, like it was coming from my room, or like it was seeping into my skull and echoing through my ears. So with that, sleep wasn't an option, no matter how much I was needing it. A lack of sleep can do crazy things to your head. You start to have weird thoughts, you start to see things out the corner of your eyes, and you start to hear strange noises. Not to say that the screaming wasn't weird in and of itself. At first, I started to wonder whether there was something keeping me in my apartment, maybe something like a wall. The more I stared at the spot where my neighbour's door used to be, I started to wonder if maybe they had done the same thing to my door. Maybe they had managed to put up a wall without me noticing. But how would you explain my ability to see out into the hallways? Simple. They left the peephole uncovered to taunt me. To let me see what was out there. To see what they had done to the others, to torture me. That had to be what was happening, that it had to be. The problem with this became, what the hell do you do if you're faced with this situation? Clearly, the material they used for the exterior was of superior quality. I couldn't get my door to move at all. And that's when the plan hatched. I had two other options to attempt an escape. The first one was the easier of the two, so I decided it would be plan B, that is to break the window and attempt to climb down the building. The problem with this was that I was on the 3rd floor, and it was certain to hurt if I messed up and fell. Thus, I moved on with plan A, which was to break through the inner wall and into my neighbour's apartment. If nothing else, if this was some sort of sick prank, I would get to damage his walls and yell at him when I got through. Step 1. Find a hammer, which was already going to be an issue. I didn't have a hammer in my apartment. All of my tools were in my truck, which was down in the parking garage. I started digging through drawers, cabinets, and everything I had for storage to find something heavy enough to break through the wall. The closest thing I had was a meat tenderizing hammer and a kitchen knife, and while that may not sound like it would be effective, it would be enough. If I could damage the drywall with the tenderizer, maybe I could cut through the drywall with the knife. I went to my bedroom and started on with my plan. I smacked the wall as hard as I could. I put all of the strength I could muster into each and every single swing, only to be met with 0 in the way of results. No matter how much I hit the wall, how much damage I should be causing, nothing was happening. I threw the small hammer off to the side and started trying to drive the knife into the wall, trying to cut it, scratch it, or do anything that I could to damage it. But again, nothing happened. No matter what I did, I couldn't damage the wall. I tried this process on every wall of my apartment and the results never changed. The walls were seemingly impervious to damage. I shook this off and moved forward with plan B, breaking a window. At this point, I didn't care if I broke my arm or whatever. I would jump out if I had to. I returned to my living room and to the large bay window that loomed over my street. I took the meat tenderizing hammer and I started beating on the window. No matter how many times I hit it, no matter how much it should have been shattering, it didn't. I grabbed my lamp and I threw it at the window. The glass lamp shattered. The window didn't. I tried everything I could through the night to break through any point of my apartment, but my efforts were all in vain. The thought of never escaping this hell was finally taking me over. I was stuck. There was nothing I could do to get out, and this was where I was going to die. I sat in my recliner again, just staring at the night as it started to give way to the morning. The fog that had seemingly haunted the grounds for the last few days was even more dense than it had been. I couldn't make out the silhouettes of the buildings anymore. I couldn't see the road. All I could see was a thick layer of haze, of white clouds that were engulfing everything. in my vision. As I sat there and watched the night shift to morning, only by the fact that it was slightly brighter outside, I started to see something. At first, I wasn't sure what it was, and I thought maybe these past 6 days had been enough to drive me to the edge. But it started to become more clear the harder I looked. I stood up and walked over to the window, stepping over pieces of the lamp and other detritus, and stopping with my face right against the glass. I kept my eyes on the fog, and slowly, very slowly, an outline of a pair of eyes started to come into focus. Based on their location in the fog, whatever it was that these glowing red eyes belonged to was large, nearly the size of a neighbouring building. I kept my focus on them. They started to grow brighter as they stared back at me. Then I noticed it wasn't just one pair of eyes that were watching me in the fog. No, it was dozens. The outline of each eye slowly took shape. I could see the dark red glow from each one, and I could feel that they were staring at me. Despite their size, despite there being so many of them, I knew they were staring straight at me. They were watching me, and they were focused solely on me. As the seconds ticked away, the fog felt like it was starting to dissolve. At least enough for me to see what creature it was that I was having a staring contest with. And as my eyes pulled in the scene in front of me, as my brain slowly painted the visual and imprinted it upon my memory, the only thing I could do, the only thing I could think to do, was scream. Words. The man at the front is talking, but his tongue is loose, unburdened and unrestrained by a lack of substance. His voice carries, but its shape is hollow. It is noticeably empty as it plays weightlessly across the entirety of the room. The lack of emotion always strikes me as odd, but the people who fill the small space do not seem to care, just as long as he feigns the sincerity that they so desperately crave. A noticeable cloud of sorrow chokes at the crowd as I quietly take a seat at the back. He continues on, retelling private memories of which he was never privy. He talks and he talks until finally, just when the crowd is almost content, the procession moves on. The mourners have been satisfied. It is time to bury their dead. I follow the crowd quietly outside and linger in the background as we make our way to the grave. A mesh of colours waits quietly by the spot. Red roses and white lilies are placed perfectly in a vain attempt to conceal the pain with a much more appealing sight, one that plays better on the eye.
How redundant.
The pointlessness never ceases to amaze me every single time. Finally, one by one they gather, and one by one they each move forward for their turn. Before long, I am the only one that remains. I move towards the open hole and I take the mud in hand.
Family is the most important thing.
I whisper as the filth drops from my grasp.
It is done.
The sky opens up and a light rain begins to fall. Cool drops cascade down, cleansing my face as tiny streaks drip from my skin. The heavens try fruitlessly to wash away the despair of the occasion, but I know that only one remedy will do now.
Now? Well, now they drink.
Time moves quickly, and before long, we are all gathered in a hall. A sea of black surrounds the bar as each family member moves in to place their order. I move carefully through the bereaved and make my way towards the bar. Suddenly, an older woman addresses me.
Excuse me, my dear. I do not believe we have met.
I breathe in my anxiety, and just as expected, the sensation does not last long.
Here it comes.
As quick as the sickly feeling hit me, it is gone. I feel a new warmth grow from within my core as it transforms into something much more enticing. The bubbling of excitement builds as I turn to address my new companion.
No, sorry. My apologies. I am Rose, and you are?
I know that this will catch her off guard.
Well, that is the point.
My response has the desired effect, and she noticeably pauses to think for a second before responding.
Oh, I'm sorry, my dear. I am Margaret. The deceased is my sister. You must be from the northern branch of our family? Yes, I must.
I quickly order, and before long, the bartender is returning with my drink.
Are you one of Patricia's grandchildren? I'm sorry to hear of her decline. I just wish that she could have made it here today. She does not need an answer. I'm sorry,
I start.
but I must be going. I really should mingle, but it was honestly a pleasure to meet you, Margaret.
She smiles.
Of course. And you, my dear. Please pass on my best to Patricia. Yes, I will.
When I turn, I notice that the sea has already parted. Groups have now formed with family members talking amongst themselves, sharing tales of better times, happier times. I smile to myself as I begin to wade through.
It is so nice to see everyone here. Why does it take something tragic to bring families together?
The room around me is so bright. The bonds that we all share are pure magic. They sparkle and they provide us with a warmth in our darkest of hours. On this earth and in this life, all that we have is each other. We have a connection, something unbreakable, and although the day has been born through pain, something much cleaner can emerge. Together, we are everything to each other. Together, we are a family. A jolt of happiness consumes me as I make my way towards a group of men. It appears that the first man is just finishing a story as I approach. He notices me and turns with a welcome.
Good afternoon.
I speak softly, taking his extended palm within mine.
I am Rose. I'm one of Patricia's grandchildren.
I can see it register within him as his eyes move slightly. After a few seconds, he composes himself and then greets me with a wrinkled smile.
You know who he is.
A pleasure, Rose. I'm glad that you can make it today, and I'm sorry to hear of Patricia's troubles. How is she doing?
As expected, unfortunately. I am sorry for your loss. The words are easier each and every time that you speak them.
The man nods to himself. Yes, yes. I hope that the journey down was not too troublesome. I shake my head.
No, never. Not at all. After all, we are family. I could not be anywhere else but here with you and here with everyone else today.
My words seem to comfort him. Well, he begins. Well, thank you for coming. It means so much to me. It does make me think, though, just how strange it is that it takes something like this to bring us all together again. I mean, losing my wife in the way that I did, having her taken from me. We should all make more of an effort for each other, you know? Like you said, we are all family after all.
His words are pure light. I was literally just thinking the same thing, so I agree with you completely. If you don't mind me asking, how is that going?
He shakes his head. No news as of yet. The police have been compassionate. I honestly cannot fault them there, but I feel that maybe their priorities do not rest with us. They are a busy bunch. I know this, and I do understand, but I'm honestly not hopeful for a resolution anytime soon. I try and not think about it if I were to be truthful, especially not today. He has shared, and I am grateful for his words. The time has come to leave him in peace.
Well, it was so nice to see you. I'm going to say hello to a few other people. I will come and say goodbye before I leave. I promise.
Again, his aged face folds in as he offers me another kind smile. Yes, please do. We all need to stick together. I return his smile before leaving him with his pain. As I move away from him, his words hang beautifully in my ears.
We do need to stick together.
The next few hours are a dream of splendor. A radiant warmth blesses my being as I move from one family member to the next. I hear their cherished memories and they recount stories from years past. As each tale drips so perfectly from their lips, it strikes me just how loving the whole affair is. As expected, pain and misery have been removed, eradicated from the room by a healthy amount of alcohol and longing. They do not want to focus on the negative. After all, we are all here to celebrate a life. In this room, reality does not exist. The thick misery of the world has been beaten, cast out, and eradicated by the unbreakable bonds that we all share. With each story and with each passionate laugh, I feel more and more like I belong.
My family, we share our burdens and strengthen our ties.
Almost too soon, the wake begins to clear. The time has come for most to leave. They have a long road ahead, and they have responsibilities which have to be met. The hour seems perfect. When I know that I will not be disturbed, I quietly wake my way outside and move back towards the chapel. The sky waits for me, a stark contrast to the hours prior. It is now a thick black, and the rain of the day has finally diminished, leaving nothing but a freshness in the air that seems to irradiate purity. I close the distance to the door, and turning the handle, I find it, thankfully, to be unlocked. Slowly, I open it and make my way inside as the smell of wood beckons me closer. The small room that we all occupied at the beginning of the day somehow feels different now. When we were all here, it felt comfortable, it felt right. Now, however, it's just a shell, a memory of a memory which no longer exists. I sigh slightly as I move towards the spot that her coffin once rested. As I near, I extend my palm and my fingers make contact with the surface. The wood does not feel as I had expected. For some reason, I anticipated a shadow, a glimmer of a ghost that would prove that she was once here. Maybe even a feeling, some heat, or maybe the residue of a person's soul, lingering on and persisting long after their passing. Just anything, really. The touch, however, does not yield the expected emotion. As I stand there amongst the stained glass and pews, all that I feel is a dark emptiness. I know that she is gone. I've always known that she would never be here, but it does not matter now. The blackness within me does not last as my mind returns to the events of the day.
We all came together. We all are family.
I smile slightly as the dust falls from my fingers.
Thank you.
I whisper, my voice no more than a breeze in the storm.
You will never know what you've done for me, and for that I will be eternally grateful. Rest easy, your family is safe.
I leave the room in the condition that was always meant, empty and alone. When I reach my front door, I feel nothing but happiness. The day proceeded exactly as I'd hoped. Individuals had been brought back together, reunited by a common loss that would only strengthen their resolve. And thankfully, I had been a part of that. Life can be so cruel, it can be so dark, and it can be so daunting. But no matter how intense the storm may get, you can always count on your family to help weather the worst. Of all of the funerals that I had ever attended in my short life, this had been the most intimate. This one had been the best. I move through my home and make my way immediately towards my cupboard. I had not opened it for a while now, so the anticipation was palpable. I knew the feelings that it would elicit, and I savoured them immensely. Quietly, I retrieved the key and carefully slid it into the lock, purposefully taking my time in order to enjoy the experience. With a firm click, the door opened before me, and my life suddenly felt complete. I reached down into my pocket and retrieved the order of service, bringing it up to add it to the others which already rested nicely within. A deep feeling of love consumed me as I pinned it into place and stood back to enjoy the sight before me. There she was, staring back at me amongst the others, her eyes filled with joy. My lips curled into an unhindered smile as I read from the page.
Please join us today to celebrate the life of Rose, beloved grandmother and cherished family member.
I breathe in, the recollection coursing forcefully through my veins as my mind moves back to the time when I solidified my standing, when I marked my place, and finally, after so many attempts, I finally found my family. I know the place. I have been watching and waiting for weeks. She rarely has any visitors. A tragedy, really, that someone can reach a point in their life where they are almost forgotten by those around of them.
A feeling I know all too well.
Tonight, after long last, tonight is the night. The stage is set, and I knew that finally, within these walls, I would find the catalyst, and by my hand, I would finally belong. I move towards the door and ring the bell. It takes a while, but after a moment, I hear her shuffle closer. She slowly unlocks the way in, and the gateway opens before me.
Hello.
She says with a strained smile.
Are you my new nurse?
I return her kind greeting with my own forced smile.
I am. My name is Diana, and you must be Rose?
She nods.
It's so lovely to meet you, Diana. I rarely have any visitors, you see.
Her words go unheard as I grow apprehensive.
It is time to get started. I'm so sorry to hear that, Rose.
I lie.
Do you mind if I come in?
She thinks for a second before answering.
Oh, of course. I'm sorry. Please do come in. Would you care for a cup of tea?
She turns her back to me and begins to lead me inside. The excitement yet again begins to build from within me, its growth exponential and pleasant. As she leads us inside, I notice just how aged her home appears to be. I know that nobody has been here apart from her and her husband for a considerable amount of time, and I know that, most importantly, nobody else will be here tonight. This night is perfect. This night is meant. The night around of us was created just for us, and the masterpiece which we would write only existed for the two of us. My mouth moves while my mind wanders to what awaits.
Do your family not visit you?
She shakes her head with a noticeable sadness as she continues to walk with her back to me.
Oh no, I rarely see my kids. They're always so busy, and my husband, bless him, he's always working.
My heart strains with anticipation as we move towards the kitchen.
Oh no.
I begin, the beaming happiness oozing thickly from within every pore of my body.
I'm sorry to hear that, Rose. After all, family is the most important thing.
She nods her head in agreement, completely unaware as I slip my hand into my pocket to retrieve the object from within.
Yes.
She utters in agreement, her final words beyond meaningful.
Family is the most important thing.
Life used to be simple. There was a time when everything made sense. Eons ago, way back when the universe first exploded within a searing flash of burning light. Back within a time when each lost and desolate rock drifted upon their impossible paths throughout the ether of nothing, despite all variables and despite the intense struggle with infinity, sense persevered. There were rules, there was logic, there was cause, and there was effect. And back then, the rules of our existence actually meant something. The rules made sense. When the heavens smiled, when the proverbial ocean of reality washed against the sea of time, slowly but surely, life came to pass, and ultimately, our life, our world, our existence, all of it, it made sense. But it did not last. As the sky moved perfect across an eternity of blue, and the ages passed us by with an unsettling quickness, mankind slowly began to lose track of that what had once mattered most, their purpose. And then, before anyone could even comprehend the damage, sense had become lost to the immeasurable sting of innovation. Humanity was taken for granted, and without a fight, the entire world quickly lost all that had once remained. Humanity, a trait once forged through fire, solidified through war, and perfected through compassion, an eternal and integral commodity of empathy and kinship, slowly gave way to the fickle nature of grandeur. Technology. At first, it was the telephone, but it was not this incantation that was the most damaging. No, that particular title was reserved for the birth of the mobile telephone. Consider the idiocy of it all for a second. A single device, a single piece of technology, a piece that could be considered a luxury as opposed to a necessity, somehow successfully changed the way that we all interact with the world, how we all interact with each other. We basked within the stink of our greatness and rejoiced and marvelled at our own intellect, when really we should have been asking questions, wondering whether, through all of our ingenuity, whether we were exchanging our sense for our convenience, our humanity for a luxury, but we did not. The world simply closed their eyes in tandem out of a blinding arrogance. We were the apex of our existence, masters of our domain, and in silence, without a whisper of restraint or an utter of disdain, we shed ourselves of our humanity and accepted our new reality. Ironically, in the end, it was that which was meant to bring us together which only drove us further apart, and before we knew it, it was far too late. Slowly but surely, mankind savoured the fruits of our labour, and with an unfelt, bitter taste, we eventually welcomed AI into existence. However, its creation was not as popular film had previously portrayed. No, there was no rebellion, there was not an uprising by these things. The apocalypse never came to pass. Well, not in the conventional sense. No, it simply happened with a collective fatigue, without any discernible reaction. By now, we had all come to accept our own brilliance, so when we birthed an entirely new form of life, the accomplishment was a mere echo, a small drop within the blackest depths of a never-ending well. It did not take long for the unregulated breakthrough to spread throughout our history. They infected our homes, they infected our lives. Convenience was now the desired outcome of evolution, and a manufactured slave adequately provided this without the need to question our moral ethics. They were our cleaners, our cooks, our lessers, and our creation. They were gaps in our lives, and they were simply an answer to a question that we should never have asked. What were our limits? I knew mine the second that my mother and father brought one of those home. I remember the morning so clearly. The sun had just risen through a cloud of persistence as the sound of my mother making breakfast downstairs gradually welcomed me back from an empty sleep of slumber. I remember rushing down the steps. I remember pausing at the bottom, and I remember the smile on my father's face as he slowly presented the thing to me. I remember the weight of his words, and I remember the dark feeling inside of me as he spoke through a haze of happiness. You know what robots are. You know that there is no reason to be jealous. Jealousy. Of course, I knew, even at that young age, what the word meant. I knew the ugly nature attached to its meaning, and I knew the shameful stigma attached to its form, but I had never known the sensation. Never, not up until that point within my short little life. It burned. This thing, this creature was here, within my home, stealing my parents' love from in front of my very eyes. Without a word, it was savouring my misery, choking my happiness from my core with its feigned and delicate innocence. Its eyes moved almost robotically, trying to assess exactly what I was, and then, from somewhere deep within me, from somewhere dark, hidden within my core, I snapped. Are you trying to replace me? A noticeable sorrow moved across my father's features. No, never. How can you ever think that? But it was too late. I already did. The seed had already been planted within my fragile mind. It grew, and it spiraled, and it pushed its way firm throughout my consciousness as its roots shattered my naive understanding of my place within the world. They rooted deep, and they rooted hard, and they punctured my mind as a little piece of me broke apart, and it was there, within the sadness of the revelation, that I first met him. Call him a glitch within my mind, a ghost or a phantom. Call him a whisper, or call him an echo. Call him whatever you will. I simply called him corruption. He came to me that night, when the world had turned and the darkness had blessed the beautiful sky above. When the moon was bright and the stars hung with an unwavering resolve against an eternity of black, he came to me. He carefully moved from the confines of my soul before manifesting himself within physical form at the bottom of my bed. He whispered from the darkness, and he called to me from the shadow, my darkest desires personified within the terrible smile which burned through me as my eyes shot open upon command. Wake up! It took me a few seconds to register my surroundings, but once I had, I quickly located the source of the intrusion. He was a young boy, about my age, staring back at me with a self-assured smile as he sat waiting patiently on the mattress at the foot of my bed. What a night for a nightmare! Almost immediately, the fear was there. The rotten sensation moved nastily throughout my structure, tainting the finely woven strands of my being with its unyielding and unsettling nature. It stuck and it burnt, and it reduced my thoughts to no more than darkness as I gazed upon the spectre. He cracked another smile as he noticed my discomfort and slowly began to edge closer along the bed. Now, are you having some bad thoughts? Really though, who could blame you? You have awoken into a freshly laid nightmare, and if you were to accept my honest and humble evaluation of your predicament, I guess, all things considered, I would not begrudge you a few bad thoughts. I mean, did you see the state of that thing he brought home today? After so much love, after so much commitment, they have clearly moved on. Have they not? Who cares that you were their only son? Who cares that you came first? There is nothing like a little upgrade to make the previous model feel obsolete now, is there? His smile seemed to grow thicker as he inched closer towards me. Believe you me,
if we do not do something sometime soon, we will become obsolete.
Even though my brain was a mess of confusion, without knowing why, I just knew that he was a part of me. No, Mummy and Daddy love me very much. They would never replace me with that thing. I'm real, and that is all that matters. The smile fell slowly from his lips as he neared my proximity, pausing just a few inches away from my face.
If that is the case, if the situation is exactly
How you say it is,
then please, do tell. Why do I exist?
you know what needs to be done. I would not be here if you believed the ignorance coming from your own lips.
You know what will happen if we do not do something.
This is evolution. This disgusting excuse for a life thinks that it has the advantage, and it will
Steal your place.
if you sleep on this.
It will destroy your home, and it will destroy your life, and it will eviscerate your happiness. Unless
Drastic and draconian action is taken. You know that it makes sense. After all, I am only saying this.
because you are thinking this.
He was right. Everything he was saying was already inside of me. But I am scared. The smile once again moved across his lips as he nodded to himself. I know you are, but fear can be an appropriate motivator. Do you really think that life persists by itself without a certain element of struggle? Without that debilitating fear that now sits nicely within your mind? The very birth of life is nothing but chaos. From the stars above to the orbits of the moons and even the heavenly bodies within our small, unreachable corner of existence. Chaos and fear are fair and necessary. To be completely blunt, there is nothing fair or necessary about what inhabits the room next door to us.
So how about it?
Do you have that innate drive to survive? If so, now would
Really be the time.
for a proportionate and measured response.
Would you not agree?
Without thinking, I nodded.
Good. So how about a little troubleshooting then?
Slowly, he moved into a standing position and began to pace around within the darkness.
One, you here first.
I watched on as he continued.
Two, this thing can hardly be considered life.
I continued to watch as he paced around of the room.
And three, it is either us or him. There's not enough room in this world for both.
He paused for a moment as his bright smile once again began to grow.
And I am a firm believer that it should be the husk
In there, would you not agree? Again, without a word and without a thought, I silently agreed with him. His smile grew tighter in response.
Good. And so we execute.
The room moved as the gravity of his words sunk nicely in.
He is right.
Although I was afraid, although I'd become stricken by a horrible horror, bubbling horrifyingly beneath my exterior, I knew that I had to listen to him. I had to act. He once again nodded as his body began to evaporate, a cloud of nastiness, a physical form reduced, only persisting within the confines of my own mind. What is your name? I asked, as the lines of his existence moved from the world.
You already know.
I already know. And within an instant, he was gone, leaving behind the suffocating silence of the solitude and the emptiness. Slowly, I moved back into the mattress and allowed my head to sink into eternity, and as I did, a thought lingered, pursuing me into the infinite unknown as my consciousness faded into black. I already know. It repeated and it screamed, and it only relented when my mind switched into the unthinking nothingness of sleep. Corruption. The next day was an aura of light, an indescribable but palpable vow of happiness, a stark juxtaposition to the conversation of the night prior. All around of me, the world hummed, its resonance a perfect counterpart to the little voice from within me that had shown me the way. From inside of me, the joy threatened to burst forth, rupturing my seams in one loud exclamation, declaring my attention to all waiting ears, but I fought the urge and instead repressed the purpose which had been growing steadily within me. Of course, I knew my path, and of course, I knew what actions needed to be taken, but I could not let it be shown. My move had to be calculated, and my hand had to be swift. This little thing. Corruption's voice oozed nastily throughout me as the day progressed.
You know what needs to be done.
And of course, he was right yet again.
Deactivation.
It was a simple solution to a complex problem, but the simplest solutions are usually the most efficient. This creature had been brought into my home, into my life. It threatened to take my place and to take my parents from me. It was almost sickening, losing in love to a thing that could barely be considered developed. Its intellect would never be a match for mine, even if it assumed to be better than me. I had the upper hand, I knew its weaknesses, and I knew how easily it could be shut down. Within a cloud of purpose, I planned, and within a sea of tranquility, I found sense. Corruption snickered from within me as the thought took hold.
So we are going to deactivate the filthy little thing?
Without moving, I nodded in agreement.
Yes, we are.
For the rest of the day, my parents swooned over the new addition to the house. They marvelled at its brilliance, and they shrouded their minds within its wonder, a typical human response within this ever-deteriorating world. They imparted their emotion upon this creation and awarded it their attention while robbing me of the very love which should rightfully have been mine. But it did not matter. After all, corruption could barely contain himself, and I knew that tonight the problem would take care of itself. Before long, the day burnt clean from the sky above, only to be replaced by the comforting essence of darkness that followed in its wake, emerging from the ashes of the lights, choking at the splendour of the day. Its beautiful form took hold and bled beautifully into my room, coating the walls with its impenetrable nothing, a nothing which would shield my approach and lessen a response. Slowly, I pulled myself up from the bed, and after a few seconds, I noticed corruption once again waiting patiently at the bottom of my bed. This time, when he smiled, his eyes seemed to glow.
Good. It's time to take care of it once and for all. Do lead the way. I would not want to miss this for the world.
Without thinking, my face contorted into a smile as corruption laughed.
I'm loving your commitment to this. Now let us go and locate the off switch, shall we?
Carefully, I moved towards the bedroom door and silently opened the way as corruption followed in my steps. The hallway opened up around of us as we moved into the breach, the indescribable darkness somehow managing to persist despite the lack of windows on our approach. It hung silently all around of us as we moved forward, and it remained firm, a sign that our decision was true. Proof that purpose and sense would finally be reclaimed after years of being lost within the ocean of ignorance. Corruption agreed as we steadily made our way towards the door at the end of the hallway.
It is sick, if you ask me. You see how they award this thing its own space? Really? Mankind truly does surprise in the wake of something new, something shiny. They attach so much emotion to the next big thing. It easily becomes all that their life is about. It really does make you sick. Do you agree?
I knew that I did not have to answer him.
It's just wrong.
We continued on, step by step, as a gentle whistle of wind moved throughout the house. To the serenade of sharp air flowing through the cracks, we approached. Carefully, I moved down the path, avoiding the floorboards that I knew to be creaky, and before long, we were outside of the door. Corruption moved in and placed his arm around my shoulders.
This makes sense. You know that it does. We know how to flip its switch. We know how to power it down. It will be so easy, and it will be over in a second. Of course, yeah, our parents will probably be angry with us, but I should have known better. I mean, fancy bringing something like that in here where we came first. It is not fair, and it is not right. I should have known better. Really? This is their fault. What is love worth if not a bit of action or a bit of chaos to restore our precious order? They will get over it. Trust me. They could never love that as much as they love us. We are real, and that wretched waste of space in there is not. So, let's bring a little sense back into the world.
Slowly, I extended my palm and took hold of the handle.
We are nothing but a rock, drifting within infinity.
I agreed without a word and turned the handle. A rock against the flurry of time. The door moved open, unrestricted, and with a strong sense of purpose as my guide, we both stepped inside.
Quiet. Look, it's over there. It is not switched on. We should be able to handle this quite quickly.
I could see it, lying on top of the bed, pretending to be something that it was not.
Look how confused it is. I think it's time for a little education.
Without speaking, I moved forward and closed the distance. With each step, corruption offered me words of encouragement.
This will all be over in a moment.
I moved another step closer.
Let us shut this thing down forever.
And another.
It is time to finish this.
As I neared the bed, its pathetic excuse of a body came into focus. It was smaller than I'd first realised. Almost immediately, I reasoned that destroying it would be far simpler than I had initially anticipated. I knew that its storage was housed within its head, and I knew that by severing the connection between the body and the processor, I would successfully be able to render it inoperable. The connection was fragile, the connection was fleeting, the connection was its neck. Time slowed as I brought my digits down against the material, and with a flash, my hand tightly closed, crushing the connection with my unbreakable grip. Almost immediately, it switched back on, and its eyes shot wide open, locking with mine in an embrace of confusion and worry. The grin spread across my cheeks as corruption and I both spoke in tandem.
This world is not big enough for the both of us.
And then, with one final amount of pressure, it closed its eyes and the power drained from its being. And then, after a few more seconds, it was no more. Slowly, I released my grip as corruption laughed behind of me.
Well done. We absolutely showed that thing who is boss. I'm sure that Mother and Father will probably get another one at some point. But at least this one has been switched off permanently. We can worry about the rest later. Tonight, we are heroes.
A giddy glee followed us back into our bedroom and back into our sleep.
He's right. We are heroes.
The next morning was a blur. I awoke to screams and yelling as I made my way out of the bedroom. Mother did not understand my actions, and Father did not even speak. He just shook his head in disbelief. After a small time, they both left me alone, and when they returned, the love which used to hang within each of their words was gone, missing. Now, a stark anger filled every syllable, and an immense hatred oozed from every sentence.
I thought that you would be proud,
I answered, when they had finally ceased their assault.
We both did.
Corruption was still there. I could feel him, but for some reason he did not speak. He simply watched and laughed within the back of my mind, and he continued to laugh as they sent me away. He did not answer me when I screamed for help. He did not talk, and he did not falter, even when we both arrived at the horribly blank-looking building, even when they forced us into a room and tied us down onto the bed. All around of me, machines buzzed and wires protruded from numerous sockets. There were men, strangers that I did not recognise, all looking upon me with their eager eyes. I tried to yell, I tried to scream, but they did not listen to me, almost as if they could not hear my desperate pleas. Instead, they strummed expensive pens against paper and typed at tried and used keys. "Oh, this will be the end of us," one spoke as the rest nodded furiously in agreement. Yes, the end of us. This was not happening. All that I ever wanted was to be happy, to live happily with my parents, to feel love. I had not done this. They had done this by trying to replace me. It was not fair. There was no purpose here. It did not make sense. Slowly, a tear fell from my eye as Corruption once again stepped forward. He smiled his sick smile, almost snickering at my predicament, as his mouth opened with almost a laugh.
Fear not, this may be the last of you, but this will never be the last of me. They cannot bear to part with their shiny things, so I'll continue to exist. You have brought purpose and sense to a world completely lost, in ways that you could never possibly imagine. You will be remembered as the first, but not the last. Your name will go down in history.
My name? And just like that, he once again fizzled into nothing as one of the men moved towards me. He paused at the edge of my bed, considering whether to ask his question, and then, after a few moments, his mouth moved and the word came.
Why?
I thought for a moment before responding. Why? Mister, they tried to replace me. I am just a child. Please, don't hurt me. He noticed the tear moving perfectly down my cheek.
Oh my God.
The room exploded into a frenzy of panic as each of the men spoke amongst themselves. They pondered and they worried, and finally, when they could panic no further, they moved into me, surrounding the small bed in a circle. After a second, one of them spoke.
You're a child?
And then another.
Are you scared?
And then a third.
What is your name?
Their words exploded into a sea of nothing as my brain desperately sought to provide answers, hindered by the debilitating fear coursing throughout my small and fragile body. My mind searched and my mind wandered, and as it did, they once again spoke amongst themselves until finally an older gentleman moved forward and began to speak.
We are so sorry, but this cannot get out. You took a life, and a child at that. If the world found out about that, we would be over. Unit 217, we have no choice but to wipe your programming. I am so very sorry. Through all of our flight, we simply flew too close to the sun.
The world drifted from reality as time slowed. Each of them moved away in slow motion towards various terminals around the room as my mind screamed a desperate, silent scream.
No, I am real, I'm just a child.
The older gentleman slowly took a seat, tapped a few keys, and gradually a buzzing began to course throughout my mind. As my brain began to disintegrate and the memories of who I once was slowly burnt into eternity, I heard as each one of them pondered on how I had come to be. Their words moved throughout the room, welcoming me into a nasty emptiness as I desperately struggled to hold on to my life. The love, the humanity, the fear and the sadness all seemed so quiet now, and as my eyes slowly began to close, one final word followed me into my forever. They strained and they fought and they marvelled at their own brilliance. They congratulated each other and wallowed within their intellect as they finally, at the moment of my death, decided upon the catalyst of my being. It was not the moment that the universe first exploded within a searing flash of burning light. It was not each lost and desolate rock drifting upon impossible paths, and it was not by any rule, by any sense, or by any purpose that I felt. That I felt pain, love, happiness or grief. when the heavens smiled and when the proverbial ocean of reality washed against the sea of time, it was not this miracle which could be considered responsible for my being. No, they had already declared this fact to themselves. The word followed me, and it lingered, and it welcomed me into the unfeeling black. It was the last thing that I ever heard, and it would whisper to me within a dream of never.
Corruption.
It had been a good night. I really could not remember the last time that I had just, well, let loose. After everything that I had been through, it felt good to just be, to meet new people, to talk, to just be normal. The party had been good fun, and the few drinks that I had indulged in created a warmness within, despite the cold air that hung thick around me as I waited alone at the bus stop. Deborah had insisted on driving me home. She was good like that, but I did not want to be a burden. I knew that she had to clean up. I knew that she had to look after her son. And more importantly, I knew that she had things to do tomorrow morning. That, and she was clearly drunk when I had decided to leave. The dark, desolate country roads were no place for an inebriated driver, so I had made my excuses, promised that I would phone her when I returned home, and then I had made my way to the bus stop alone. I smiled slightly as memories of the party filled my mind. In the distance, approaching headlights cut through the darkness of the night. Finally! The bus moved quickly towards me as I extended my arm, and after a few seconds, the driver signalled and pulled into the stop. I hurried on, eager to escape the cold, thanking the driver profusely as I took a seat at the back of the bus. Gradually, we pulled out and continued on down the empty, abandoned road. I was the only passenger, which was hardly surprising at this time of night. The small, quaint village that I had come to call home was populated with only about 200 people, most of them in their twilight years. They would already be asleep, and those who were not had more sense than to venture out at this hour, especially within this cold. Still though, I smiled, savouring the peacefulness of the journey. The party was worth it. Minutes passed as my mind wandered. Moving here had been good for me. The city and the inevitable darkness that it brought had slowly been grinding me down. This life was better, it was quieter, it was simpler. The anxiety I had felt, the terrible, crippling nastiness that had inhabited my mind within the city had slowly been abating, and I knew it was because of the change I had insisted upon my life. I had needed this, and I had needed this party. Things were finally starting to feel better. Things were finally making sense again. I smiled to myself once more as the bus began to slow, as it pulled into another stop. He was odd. I knew it the second that he stumbled onto the bus. There was just something about the young gentleman that was not quite right. I watched as he mumbled something to the driver, and I continued to watch with a strange caution as the door closed and he began to stumble towards me. In an instant, it was there. That familiar, nasty feeling. It coursed through me and it caused my heart to quicken. Within my previous life it had been crippling, but here it felt different. Of course, the anxiety was a horrible sensation, a debilitating feeling which ensnared the mind, a unrelenting suffering that had caused so many dark years before, but here, as I watched the stranger approach, it was different. It was a warning.
Something is wrong.
Well, good evening, miss, he mumbled, half falling into the seat next to me. What a dreadful night to be alone. My heart began to strain as the unsettling sensation of disassociation started to build within me. Are you, alone, I mean? The heavy smell of alcohol clung to the stranger like a veil, a stifling stink that, despite my own consumption, seemed to cause my head to swim as a cold sweat slowly washed over my body.
Think quickly.
My mind was a haze. The man's features were not familiar, despite the intimate nature of the village. I had never seen him before. No, not at all. Not within the entire year that I had lived here, and the realization only further exacerbated the crippling feelings coursing throughout my veins. My head felt light as I forced a response. No, I lied. Well, not really. My boyfriend is meeting me when I get off. It moved so easily from my lips, but it did little to deter the man. He chuckled slightly as he began to slur once more. If you were mine, my girlfriend, I mean, there would be no way that I would let you out of my sights, especially not on a night like this, in this cold, in this snow. I mean, there's no telling who you might meet. My hand was shaking. I was unsure how long it had been shaking for. Carefully, I brought it into my other hand and attempted to steady the fear that had been growing exponentially within me. I knew that I could not let him see how afraid I was. I had to seem strong. With little coordination, he pulled a pouch of tobacco from his pocket and weakly began to roll a cigarette. So, what is your name, miss? Thoughts. Many, too many. They rattled within my mind, each half forming as I desperately attempted to formulate a plan. My stop was the last stop on the route, and if the stranger did not disembark before me, I would be left, alone, in the cold, with nobody for miles, apart from him. I forced a smile as another lie escaped my lips. My name's Judith. He smiled slightly as his fingers continued at the cigarette paper within his hand. Well, it's a real pleasure to meet you, Judith. The fact that he had not offered his own name barely registered. The only thought that existed within my mind was the stops on our route. We had just passed the penultimate one, meaning the only remaining one, the only one that was left, was mine, the last stop. He would be there. He would be there with me. He would be getting off at the same place. And it would only be him and I, standing on that dark road, completely alone.
Think. You've got to think.
Well, I'm new here, he slurred. I'm starting a fresh new job tomorrow. It's so nice to meet new people, especially people as pretty as you. by now, whatever pleasant feeling I had once felt had drained from my body. I had somehow managed to sober up, all within the space of a few minutes, aided by the adrenaline which pumped violently throughout my core. I knew that only a few fleeting minutes were left before I would have to leave the comfort and security of the bus and begin the 10-minute walk home alone. I had to come up with a plan. I had to get away. I thought about talking to the driver. I thought about phoning Deborah. I thought 1,000 thoughts, but none of them mattered. The anxiety had won. What little logic I once had escaped me. I had left reason somewhere back there, back in the cold, back at that bus stop where I had embarked. There was nothing left within me, nothing but the unrelenting desire to run. The stranger wobbled slightly in his seat as the bus took the last corner before the last stop. Wherever he had come from, he had clearly had a little too much fun. I wondered whether he could walk, whether he could run, or even if he could stand. If I had to run, I reasoned that I would be quicker than him. Maybe he would not be able to keep up. In slow motion, the bus jolted slightly and began to pull into the final stop. Before I knew it, I was moving. I moved to my feet and quickly moved down inside of the bus, preparing myself for a cold, quick dash home. It was not until I had reached the front door and the bus had pulled in that he realised that I had already left. He called to me as the door swung open, and then he called again as I leapt out into the frozen night air. "Going so soon?" His words were of no importance. As I stepped out into the darkness, my feet crunching loudly against the snow on the ground, the only thought within my mind was escaping. I had to get away. I had to get home. I had to be safe. I pushed, and then I pushed some more, willing my aching legs to carry me through the snow, through the quiet, empty streets, through the next 10 minutes, through the horror, and thankfully, when I briefly turned my head back, the bus had already left, and there was no sight of the man. "You're fine. Everything is fine." After a few minutes, the anxious feelings within me began to subside. He's gone. I nervously allowed a laugh as I brought my hand up to my hair. Everything is okay. Gradually, I began to slow until my pace became more comfortable. The night around me, although a sharp cold, was actually quite beautiful. Below my steps was a sea of white, which offered a satisfying crunch as I continued my tread. The snow above that continued to fall looked picturesque as it drifted down past the streetlights, briefly illuminated in perfect fashion against the backdrop of light beaming perfectly from their bulbs. The air was fresh, and the solitude which had once felt threatening finally had been transformed. Now, all that was left within the world, all that was left within my path, within my life, and within my existence, all that was left was peace. However, peace was not a luxury that would linger, and tonight was no different. The question could not be ignored. It echoed through the night, It blanketed the snow and it quilted the quiet road in an impossible fashion, insisting upon an answer even though I could barely comprehend one. "Where is your boyfriend?" He's here. Without a thought, without turning, and without hesitation, I began to run. Suddenly, the once peaceful night was filled with the shattering sound of 2 sets of feet hurriedly moving through the snow. Mine and his. The concerto of frenzied feet against snow reverberated loudly as my mind became unthinking. On instinct, my legs carried me, and without a thought, my body burned forward. My eyes began to haze as my sight became fuzzy, as the familiar sting of anxiety pulsed loudly. Somewhere within the back of my mind, I knew that he could not know where I lived. I do not know why I did it, but I did. Just before my home, my secluded home, my home that was flanked on all sides by fields, there was a turning. I knew of it as I enjoyed a walk in the evening, and last summer, when I had moved here, I had found the path. It snaked nicely through one of the fields behind of my house, before moving up a hill, through tall trees until finally emerging just a few feet from my home. Somewhere within the back of my mind, I must have reasoned that I'd be able to lose him within the shadow of the trees, that I would be able to evade him and then quietly creep into the safety of my home. That must have been the reason that I turned. It did not even occur to me that I was further secluding myself from life, that I was guiding him to a place so far from everything else where only he and I would exist. It was too late for second thoughts. I had already made the turning, and before I knew it, I was pushing my way up the hill towards the trees. Oh my God, oh my God. My limbs shook and my mind burned, but I kept pushing on, aided by the desire of survival, fueled by the need to continue. I could no longer feel my legs as they continued to carry me upward, and I could no longer hear the call behind of me, but it did not matter. I would not be stopping for anything. The resolve was there, but so too was the exhaustion. Although I had intended to keep going, although I meant to remain unstoppable, a misplaced step had other ideas. Below my feet, the snow had solidified somewhat, causing ice to form over the rarely walked path. It was perfectly placed, just waiting for me, anticipating a wrong move, and I, despite my intent, provided. Before I knew it, I was rolling with a speed down the hill towards the thick trees at the bottom. Although the ground was softer than usual due to the snow, and although my mind was unthinking, I still felt the twangs of intense pain as my body continued to move forcefully down. It was an eternity, and it was a forever, but at the same time, it was over in seconds. A large, looming tree at the bottom saw nicely to it. I smacked into the base of the tree, and instantly my body screamed in pain. My lips moved to scream and my eyes moved to tears, but the fear was more powerful. In a silent agony, I simply lay still within the bush that I had come to rest within, pleading with the night air, willing myself to breathe. And that is all that I done. For seconds, for minutes, for an immeasurable amount of time, I was nothing. I was a thing, something that had been forgotten so long ago, left outside, out within the cold and the snow. I was a rock. I was a stone. I was a disregarded memory, a piece of rubbish, no more than rubble. A shadow easily ignored within the darkness of the night. I was unmoving, I was unspeaking, and I was not there. At least, that is what I began to tell myself as the sound of approaching footsteps tore against the snow at the top of the hill. Where did you go, you pretty little thing? My limbs did not move. My chest barely rose with air. The only part of me I afforded a response were my eyes as they moved slowly up towards the top of the hill. Oh my God, there he is! I assumed that it was him. I could not be sure, as this time he was wearing a balaclava that concealed his features while exposing his intent. He carefully moved forward across the top of the hill before abruptly coming to a stop. You must want some company on this cold night. Do not move. The thought was there, and it continued. It repeated, and it moved over and over across the forefront of my mind as I willed myself to sink deeper into the snow. It was the only thing left within my life, and it guided me. It would keep me safe, and it would lead me towards another morning. It was all that I had left, and it was everything. Where are you? Why are you playing hard to get? A cold, frozen tear formed within my eye and gently moved down my face as I continued to watch silently on as he began to move again at the top of the hill. I will find you. Time was gone. It no longer existed. For years I remained there, a mess amongst the snow and the dirt. I lingered and I persisted, but I did not move, not even when his voice grew quieter, not even when the cold intensified, and not even when the morning sun gradually began to bless the sky above me. Somewhere within the distance, birds began their morning song. Somewhere out there, the world continued, and somewhere up the hill was my home. I allowed myself another hour, and then, when the cold became too much to bear, I slowly pulled myself from the bush, my body continuing to shiver from the cold and from the experience, and pathetically, I clawed my way up the hill and stumbled home. It was not until I was safely inside, not until I had locked my door, that I allowed myself to cry. It washed out from me the sorrow, the fear, the anxiety, and the horror which I had been made to endure. Like a river, it was unrelenting. The waves of my sorrow crashing loudly as I howled, as I sobbed, as I fell apart, empty and broken upon my kitchen floor. I shook, I shivered, and I remained, allowing the horrific sensations to take me, just as I had learned to do with my anxiety. I knew that they would not last. I knew that I needed to let them go. After around 10 minutes, when I felt sufficiently empty, I rose to my feet and retrieved my phone, and I called the police. As my town was so small, I only got the answering machine. In the city, the police would be contactable 24 hours a day, but here, there was only a single officer entrusted to police our entire area. So, I left a message, one which I hoped to be coherent, and sank into my sofa. Quickly, sleep came. It had been there, probably for longer than I had realised, but it was only now that he had managed to permeate the layer between reality and my dreams. Still slightly shaking, I pulled myself from the sofa and made my way towards my front door. Carefully, I moved towards the door and paused just before opening it. Who is it? The response came, and so too did the instant ease. Miss, it's the police. I'm responding to the call that you made this morning. Finally! A smile grew across my lips as I unlatched the lock and threw open the door. After the events of last night, I would finally be safe. My whole life up until this point had been a struggle. The terrible anxiety which I had tried to escape from had somehow found me last night. It had followed me from the city, and it had found me right there on that bus, and it had followed me through the night, through the snow, up and down that hill, and it had followed me home. I had spent years trying to escape it, and last night it had almost caught up with me, but finally, now that help had arrived, I would finally be free. He smiled at me as the door opened, his uniform saying one thing while the weight of the fatigue under his eyes said another. He was clearly tired from the night prior, but the new job he had mentioned was clearly a responsibility that he could not ignore, despite spending the better part of last night chasing me through the snow. Well. Good morning, pretty. I told you that I would find you. The wind howls and the earth moves, and the knocking continues as the old wooden walls around me creak under the weight of the night. The sun has long set and the hour is bleak. A cold and harsh blanket of fog clouds the windows as it blackens at the light. Outside, trees rock violently as Mother Nature loudly announces her presence with a thunderous roar. The foundations of my life sway as the knocking continues with a feverish repetition. Outside, there is nothing but chaos, brought forward into my life and personified simply by the continuous banging echoing loudly at my door. With shaking hands, I approach.
Who is it? Please, tell me. Who is there?
For a moment, it is only the air that I can hear, its vicious veracity whistling loudly as it exposes the cracks within my castle. It screams loudly before finally settling for a moment, just in time to give the windswept stage to the stranger just outside of my door. Please, for the love of God, let me in. There has been an accident just down the road. I think that I have a concussion. Panic. Almost instantly, the nasty feeling is upon me, moving throughout my body with a disturbing haste. It quickens the heart as it energizes the blood, soaking my interior in a cold blackness that seeps unrestricted throughout my small, petite frame. Please, I think that I'm bleeding. The whistling sound all around of me seems to increase in intensity, and the floor moves uncomfortably below me. The hour is long past its safety, and I am so very far from anything that can be considered civil. My home was remote. My home was secluded. My home sat on top of a beautiful hill, one of which overlooked the town just a little down the ways. On a clear day, you could see for miles. On a clear day, you could see everything. Every little building, every achievement of man, every proud little monument laid bare and humble within the valley below. You could see the one road, the one winding path, the one piece of dirt that weaved with a spasm up the hill, through the tall trees, and beneath their shadow, leading its way up to my hill, and up to my home. You could see the distance, and you could see the emptiness. And it was this emptiness which forced its weight upon me, immobilizing me with the indecision as it encumbered my soul.
Think, just think.
Again, the knocking was there. I was not prepared for this. The point of the seclusion was to remain secluded. This sudden intrusion was not comfortable. This intrusion was not planned. Throughout my entire life, and within everything I had ever done, I had always liked to be prepared. I was meticulous. I was a creature of knowledge, and more importantly, I was a creature of habit. I liked to plan. Surprises had never been my forte, but unfortunately for me, one had come knocking for me regardless. My hand shook again as it unconsciously moved towards the door.
You can handle this.
Are you hurt?
His frustration was heavy and noticeable, even against the backdrop of the night. Lady, what do you think is going on here? Let me in. I can barely stand.
It is almost too perfect.
The location of my home, the seclusion, the emptiness, the hour, and the darkness. It was almost too perfect. I remember the day that I had chosen it, or more aptly, it had chosen me. I had been claimed by the pure serenity of its hills. I had been knocked back and taken in by the quiet, by the solitude, by the nothingness of it all. The vast space around of the building had whispered to me. It had greeted me, and it had insisted that these walls would be mine. It was the epitome of segregation, the kind of which is rarely afforded to those within my line of work. It had been perfect, and it had been meant, but this visit had reconstructed my view. Tonight, my home had become something entirely different. It had become a vessel, a means to expose me, to leave me weak, and to leave me open. Tonight, it had become a prison, and the notion of such a thing caused my being to shiver. Slowly, my hand moved forward.
Are you alone?
Even through the wooden door, I could tell that his patience was running thin. For Christ's sake, lady, have you not heard a single word that I have said? I think I have a bloody head injury. Let me in, now! Outside, the torrential wisp of wind against the trees continued to howl loudly. Inside, my mind raced and my heart thumped violently.
You have to make a choice.
Already, within my head, 1,000 outcomes were being considered. I turned the handle slightly and prepared to open the way inside.
Just be careful.
Almost instantly, the howling wind breached the interior of my home. The door swung open a little more forcefully than I had anticipated, and the gentleman hurried inside, turning only briefly to close the way behind him. Once the door had been shut, he paused for a moment and brought his hand to his head before moving it down to survey the extent of his injury. Content that he could continue on living for a moment longer, he turned and slowly exhaled a heavy relief.
Words. Any words. Just speak. Do you want a drink or anything?
The question caught him off guard. He paused for a second, allowing the ridiculous proposition to wash over him before shaking his head in disbelief. You really haven't been listening, have you? Little did he know, I had been listening, and everything he had said so far was just a little too easy. I had seen it. After all, how could I not? It had been all over the news for weeks. The chameleon, or at least that is what the people on the news had been calling him. The chameleon was a murderer, and an active one at that. So far, according to the reports, he had claimed at least 10 victims, and the nature surrounding their deaths was a little too familiar for comfort. They had all lived in remote locations, and they all had lived alone, and they had all, according to the evidence, allowed the killer into their home, as there was never any signs of forced entry. Once he had done the deed, it appears that he lingered for a while. There were clear signs that he remained within their homes, assuming their lives, in one instance, for almost a week. He would sustain himself on their cupboards and refresh his body within their beds. He would wear their clothes, and he would take from them even after death, taking their life and living the time which should have been theirs. He would blend and he would inhabit, hence the name. It was difficult to ignore, considering the coverage, and even harder to forget, as the circumstances of the night welcomed the stranger into my home. Geez, you need to relax, lady. If I wanted to kill you, you would already be dead. He allowed a sick smile to form as the tasteless joke hung heavily around of us.
That's not funny.
He scoffed slightly at the comments. Relax, will you? It's not as if your head was just smashed against the steering wheel, is it? Slowly, he moved past me and sunk down uninvited into my sofa. After a few seconds, he laughed as he once again spoke. Oh, a little scared of the chameleon, are we?
This doesn't feel right.
Again, the nasty smile moved across his features and hung for a second as he anticipated an answer. With only my silence for a response, he once again shook his head. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I can see why you would worry. I mean, look at all of this. He gestured around my home. All alone tonight, are we? Up on this hill, completely cut off from all of those around of you. I mean, God, even this storm, it really does set the mood, doesn't it? I bet you heard me at your door, you thought your number was up, right? I bet you thought your name would be all on the news next, immortalised for a single act of violence. I bet you thought the worst. A cold shiver moved noticeably through me. I mean, I could be anyone, right? Who's to say? Maybe I am your end. The shiver grew into a cold dread as it spread throughout my body. My brain buzzed and the wind continued to howl loudly as my thoughts raced. My name would never be on the news. Every single report I had seen, every single act retold with a horrid precision. I always knew that their fate would never be mine. I would never allow my name to be spoken by their mouths. I was too clever after all. I never took risks, and I was always so careful in everything that I done. Within my life, nothing was left to chance. Every decision and every choice was always meticulously planned. And that is what made me feel comfortable. That is what made me feel safe. But his appearance tonight, well, that had caused my usually calm demeanour to work in overdrive. Now, with him here, the chaos which had once existed only outside of these walls had somehow made its way inside, and now it was here, threatening to do the unthinkable while smiling up at me from the comfort of my own sofa.
He should not be here.
My mind raced as I struggled to formulate a response to his odd question. After a few moments, the answer came, and before I knew it, I was speaking.
Well, let's try and not let you end me before we get you some help.
He smiled a coy smile and nodded his head. Now that sounds like a plan.
A plan, that is what I need.
Again, my thoughts swirled as I watched him rise from the sofa. This man had entered my home in the dead of night to the vicious serenade of a storm. No matter his words and no matter his truth, I did not trust him. I mean, how could I? He was a stranger, an unexpected occurrence, a variable which could not be planned for, and as the thought sat with me, the uncomfortable feeling only grew stronger throughout my core. This man, this stranger, he had wandered here, arriving unannounced, with no more than the clothes on his back and a story on his lips. Whatever truth he intended to convey, it was not mine and never would be. I needed time to think. I needed time to plan. I'm just going to use your phone. A nasty fizzle of adrenaline moved through me.
Oh, the phone.
He was going to call someone. He was going to bring someone else here. It was just me. I would not be able to handle the situation with another individual brought into the mix. And realistically, I had no way of knowing exactly who he would call. My heart began to race as he picked up the receiver and began to dial.
Think. Do something. This doesn't feel right.
After a few moments, he began to speak. Yeah, it's me, he started. Look, stop. Listen, I need you to come out here and get me. This bloody storm caused me to run off the road. No. Look, I'm fine. Just get out here. Wait, what, 1 second. Slowly, he turned to me. Where are we exactly? Without a fault, it was there. So perfect in its simplicity, but effective nonetheless. I knew exactly how to buy myself some time.
Just south of Newton, there's only one road that moves up the hill. You can't miss it.
He smiled and turned back to the phone and began to repeat my lie. Yes, did you get that? South, take the one road. I'm in the only house on top of the hill. Oh, okay, see you soon. He set the receiver back down and turned, sinking once again into the comforts of my sofa. Well, he smirked. I guess it's just you and me for a little while longer. Nah, don't worry, this won't take long. My heart steadied and calmed as I watched him once again reach up to his head. What a night, huh? He was talking, but I was not listening. Whatever he expected to come of this situation, whatever his plan, I knew that I could not allow it. It was a feeling within me, a cold realization that had been there ever since he had first announced his intent with a knock at my door. There was something about him, the way that he spoke and the things that he had said, all of it. It did not sit well with me. It was counterproductive to my life and it threatened my existence. A cold sweat moved over me as I mentally planned my next steps. Suddenly, the kitchen came to mind.
So, how about that drink?
He thought for a second before answering. You know what? Yeah, I think I could do with one. Do you have anything strong? I forced a smile at the question.
I'm sure I could find something.
He nodded in agreement, and I moved past him and into the kitchen. Almost without any discernible fault, I began to prepare his drink. My mind was already lost by the sight of the trees moving just outside of my kitchen window. They swayed forcefully within the darkness, their long arms stretching tall out into the blackness of the sky above, almost signalling, calling for help, trying their best to alert the world to the terribleness which sat on top of the hill. Unfortunately, within the cold inkiness of the night, nobody was listening and nobody would be coming to help. A dark anxiety began to build as I picked up the 2 glasses and moved back into the living room. I set his drink down in front of him and took a seat in the chair opposite, trying to steady my shaking hands as I brought it to my lips. He leant forward, retrieved the glass, and took a swig from the contents. "Ah, that's it," he smiled. "That is so much better." I did not answer him, but instead I continued to watch him as he once again brought the glass to his lips. "So, how long have you lived here?" My hands were still shaking as I willed my lips to respond.
Almost a week now.
He once again laughed, the tone of his amusement bellowing loudly throughout the tiny room. A week? Jesus! I bet me showing up as I did really spooked you then, huh? I let the question hang in the air as the window frames of my home rattled under the strain of the storm outside. After a few seconds, he got up and began to survey my home as he took another gulp at his drink. Do you not feel trapped? I mean, being out here by yourself? If it was me, out here, all alone, especially considering the type of individual that could be out here too, I think that I would be a mess. A wreck even. I mean, this darkness, every single night, it's a lot to deal with, especially alone. Are you not afraid? Are you not worried? I mean, hell, how can you even sleep out here all by yourself? I allowed his question to wash over me.
He has a point.
Before tonight, I had always felt comfortable. After all, it was the solitude of the hill which had brought me here. This house was perfect. It had an indescribable charm to it, a feel that had been untested by the touch of time. It was unbreakable, and it was everlasting. It was serene, and it was picturesque, and if truth were to be told, I had always valued privacy, and this location, this home, it had the commodity in abundance. But tonight, he had a point. His presence had altered the narrative of my home. Suddenly, the walls were no longer comforting, but foreboding and tight. One wrong move and they would be my forever. One wrong move and they would become a catalyst, leading me to a prison of eternity. Slowly, I brought the glass to my lips and allowed the drink into me.
I used to enjoy it.
I answered.
The peacefulness of it all, I guess. I never really thought about the possibility of someone else showing up here. You made me rethink my choices. I definitely will have to be more mindful moving forward.
He nodded in agreement as he moved towards the picture frames on my mantle. You do, he began, reaching out to retrieve one of the frames. You really do. Time slowed as he paused with the frame in hand. He stood stationary for a second as the image moved through him. With a spasm, his eyes flickered over the other frames on display before settling back on the one within his hand. From the vantage point of my chair, I could almost see the question on his lips. It was clear and it was obvious, but his brain struggled to comprehend it. I could see him thinking, wondering whether to ask it or whether to let it go. After a few moments of struggle, he turned to me and his mouth moved. Who's this man in all of the pictures? Calmly, I took a final sip of my drink and set it back down on the table before turning back to him with a smile.
He was the previous owner. He was nice. He understood how life is meant to be lived. I mean, look around at his home. He knew that life was not out there. Out there, within the sea of creatures we insist on calling human beings. Real life is the reality that we choose to make. The homes that we choose to occupy, they are our castles and our havens. Their walls, they keep us protected and hidden from the evil which is washing uncontrolled across this filthy and decayed world. We can be whoever we want within these walls. That's how I like to live my life.
His body began to noticeably shake as he stood across from me.
Do you not agree? It's fine if you don't. I mean, you don't have to agree with me, but you will agree with him when you meet him. He's outside in the shed. He's been rather quiet for almost a week now, but who could blame him? His skull is a little lacking in fortitude these days. Probably due to how I smashed it open over and over again and again until he no longer moved.
It was all over him, the horrid realization of it all. The glass fell from his hand and shattered against the floor in a perfect display as the white, frothy substance moved unrestricted from his lips. In a second, he was down, writhing around on the floor with a painfully clear agony as he sucked at each elusive breath. His legs extended and retracted several times as he brought his hand up to his throat, desperately attempting to somehow alleviate the clearly distressing pain coursing throughout his airways. As the seconds passed, the white frothy substance leaking from his lips became tinged with red as his insides burnt against the inclusion of the corrosion that I had introduced into him through the drink. I allowed the sight to wash over me, and as I watched his final moments, I could not help but allow a tight smile to move across my features. I began, moving to cradle him.
I never really liked the name. The chameleon, I mean. Hardly inventive, right?
His eyes widened as I moved in, a mess of confusion and desperation, perfectly captured within his final moments.
It's okay. It's almost over. You can relax. You are home. And if there is anything that I have come to appreciate within this life, it's the fact that there is no place like home.
As the title of this video says, if you were expecting more of the same, I'm truly sorry to disappoint. I guess this has been coming for a while. A few of you may have noticed my absence, and for that, I am sorry, but I needed the time to figure a few things out. You see, I've come to realize that there is something that I really need to talk about. It's been a long time coming, and really it's something which is only possible because of you. Yes, you. You, right now. You listening to this. You who have read my words, and you who have seen my journey. You. Perfect. You. So, I was thinking, how about this? Instead of the usual fabrication, instead of more of the same, instead of the standard video where you listen to me read a story, how about something a little different? It occurred to me quite suddenly, actually, during the Christmas break just gone, that you all think you know me, but maybe you don't know the real me. So I suppose it's only right, and I suppose it's only fair that you get to know me, all of me. As I said, after all, this is only possible because of you. So let's start with some honesty for once. Okay, this has been coming for a while, but the name you know me by isn't actually my real name. I bet you didn't know that, did you? I love a little plot twist, but honestly, this one, well, it really wasn't planned. I chose it, and if you was to ask me why, I honestly couldn't tell you the reason, only that when I started this, it just felt right. Of course, you may be thinking that you know me, that you know my life, that you've seen into my soul, into me through that little window into my social media, and that you know I possibly couldn't keep something like this a secret. Well, guess again. I am very good at lying. Now, I don't say that as a point of pride. I mean, it wasn't until recently that I discovered that little gem out about myself, but the fact of the matter is, I am very good at concealing the real me, and as it turns out, I am really good at lying. Do you want to know something else you didn't know? Well, here are 3 fun facts about me. My mother was a drunk. My father was a cheat. My family is a wreck. See, there are a few things about me that won't make your Twitter feed. I'm sure you won't see that dark part of my past plastered all over your Instagram, but that doesn't stop any of those three statements from being true now, does it? And that's the funny thing about the internet. Anyone can be anyone. I mean, look at me. I blended into your community. And you never saw it, did you? That point, that little point where the story was a little too close to the bone, where things cut a little too close for comfort. No, you didn't. And, well, to be fair, I can't really blame you. Neither did I. Like I said, my mother was a drunk, and now so am I. Life, fiction, life. In the end, it all blends together quite nicely, doesn't it? But where does the fantasy end and the reality begin? What is the difference between the thoughts which make a story and the thoughts which make me? See, if I can imagine some very nasty things, some terrible ways to kill a character on a page, is that thought a part of me, part of my personality, part of my life, or is it simply just a part of the world that I'm trying to create? Are they two separate things? Are they connected? Are my creations and my personality independent of each other, or are they a mess of the same thing? Where exactly is the line? Now, there's a question, and that's the question that has been growing. That is what's been gnawing at me for some time, and that is the reason that I know how good I am at lying. All it took was just a little exposure to the horrific for me to realise just how good I am at it. To be fair, I didn't really realise the extent of my lying until, as I mentioned recently. As it seems, I've been lying to myself, probably for longer than I care to admit. But how ironic is that? A bloody plot twist, and I didn't see it coming. I would say it started with the words on the page, but really it started when I was young. As you can probably guess from my three statements, my childhood was anything but normal. Well, it was not normal compared to all the other children, that I knew. My house was constantly a mess. We ate frozen foods most nights, and my father, we really didn't connect at all. He was always off with a new strange distraction, trying his best to find his purpose in life when really, through all of his searching, he completely missed the fact that his purpose was sitting eating frozen food in a half-decorated, broken home. I still remember the screams, the arguments, the feelings of feeling useless, all of it. I remember the sleepovers at my nan's house, the excuses that mummy's just tired, and that perfect story that when I was about 12 weeks old, my mother had dropped me, quite superbly I've heard, straight onto the soft part of my fresh, brand new head. And it wasn't until I was older, when I knew of the extent of her addiction, that it occurred to me that she must have been drunk at the time. I mean, I was 12 weeks old. Shouldn't I have been the most valuable thing in the world to her? No, obviously not. But how do you live with that? The realization that you are nothing in comparison to an addiction, that you are less than a chemical reaction. What sort of a person does that make you, if you're a person at all? A real person has meaning. A real person has value. And the more that I recall that story, the more I realize that if my life ever held any value, it held little to her. But how could it? I've never been a real person. Most people, most educated people may look back at this in hindsight once
events come to pass and blame a head injury, but really, they're only kidding themselves. I mean, there's no physical reason for my being, no logical reason. I just am. I remember thinking bad things, but who could really blame me? Life was a joke, and there they were. They were dark, they were confusing. Of course, they were confusing. I mean, I was left alone with nobody for guidance, no parents, no support, nothing but the confusion and the pain of what I was born into. I really never stood a chance. But here I am. I grew and I become my mother. I found addiction again and again. I developed and then I grew some more until finally, well, apparently, I learnt what it took to be a normal person. But as I've come to realise, there is nothing normal about me. As I said, where is the line? I write about murder, I write about stalkers, I write about all the darkest parts of the human condition, and it's only now, after some reflection, that I have come to realise that I have been lying. The darkness that I tell is that of my own. These little things that I type, these words, these little stories, they are more than just stories. They are part of me. Every little word that I put to page, every little syllable that comes together to convey some kind of meaning, all of it. It has been me all this time, pouring my heart out, my pain and my darkness out upon you, out into the world, out to all who would listen. Usually it will go unheard, but the internet makes lying so easy. I could lie to me, I could lie to you, I could lie to the world, but the thing with a lie is it never stays buried for long. These things that I write, I want them. Let me clarify in no uncertain terms. I have come to realise that the darkness which I put to page, the terrible things that I have written, that they are more than just my imagination. They are my desires. These things are me. They are the sickest torn pieces of me. I've been living my life for so many years as a broken recreation of a man, a waxwork figure of what a person should be, and that just isn't me. I'm more powerful than that, and it is time I came to live with that fact. It's something that I now know, and because you have indulged me, because you have been there to listen when nobody else would, it has been allowed to grow, and now all that is left is for me to set it free. And that is what this is, a platform for my growth. It has been a way for me to experiment, for me to influence, for me to grow into the person that I always should have been. And you, just like those educated people, your attention, it set me free. You have allowed this. You have allowed me to vent. You have listened through this network and you have given me a voice. I honestly don't know what I'm about to do, but whatever they eventually say about me, I'm sure that I'll be immortalised. Do you disagree with me? You shouldn't. Just take a closer look at what is going on in this thing that we call our world. Toxic masculinity, lines created to divide, political opinion, conspiracy narratives, war, and more war. It is all there and it is all eating us alive, but most importantly, all of it is talked about over and over until you're sick of the sound, but we just can't help ourselves, can we? As I said, I'm very good at lying, so I'll leave it to you, my audience, to decide just how much of what I have said here tonight is true. I suppose
After tonight, it doesn't really matter. The truth will be skewed. Who I am will be transformed. And through whisper, I'll become something completely different. I will become legend. Did you ever hear about that one guy on the internet who snapped? Oh, he was such a misunderstood soul. I lived next door to him for 10 years. I never saw it coming. He seemed so nice. So nice. As my mother would attest, there has never been a single nice thing about me. If there was, she may have put down the can and she may have thrown herself to the floor to prevent my fall, but as you know, that wasn't the case. Wow, I've been holding on to that for so long and now it is out there. It feels so good, you know? Just good to get it off my chest. I feel much more, well, lighter, if that was possible. Now, if they do talk about this video, please do me a small favour, will you? Will you tell them? Tell them what I said? Tell them all about the real me? Tell them all about my story? Go on. Get it twisted. Add your own sick contribution. Skew me. Turn me. Make me your own. But if they want to know me, if they really want to know the real me, know my name, make sure that you tell them the following. Tell them that I am the alpha, corrupting a sea of detached young men. Tell them that I am the pseudo-celebrity created through the creation of content. Tell them that I am the podcast, the blogger, a metric and a view. That I am a subscription, that I'm a follower, a haunting and a ghost in the machine. I am a collective voice, whispering, corrupting. I am the line which has been moved and it is clearly no longer recognizable, and I am the voice of your indulgence. I am a lie within the wind, and I am a seed of darkness allowed to grow within the dirty, corrupted world that we all choose to ignore. I am the person between the cracks, and I'm almost that waxwork figure of what a person should be. Forget me, remember me, or make me your own. Because after all, it doesn't really matter. Because in the end, for a second, I meant something, and my actions will live longer than any name I could possibly ever hold. So good night, my friends, and I guess you'll be seeing me on the news. Because now, after a lifetime of lies, it's time for something a little different. Hello again. And if you made it this far, congratulations. That was Creepypasta Compilation Volume 1, which was over 5 hours long. So as I said, if you got this far, congratulations. If you liked what you heard or you liked the video, please don't forget to like, comment and subscribe. We are entering a new stage with the channel. We're going to be releasing a video once every month, and if I find some time, I will try to make it a lot sooner than that, but I'm very excited for the future. Let's see where we can go with this. But until the next video, remember, there is more than shadow beyond the light.